Does say we are live. Gadgets there. Let me just check. Yeah. What's that?
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. Everybody here. Logic night. And tonight, we have to go over some basic logic first. But Beddy decided not to do his follow-up conclusion to his earlier presentation, the one that he left an open-ended question at the end of it. We were hoping to get some sort of a reply to him about that. I'm not so sure what happened. He went over to Blues. That's Blue Marble Sciences channel last night to do a presentation. So we do have we'll just go over Beddy's presentation over there. Beddy's Logic, as it is, he's titled. We'll go over that a bit later.
I have seen that on Blue Marble's channel.
Yeah, well, we'll go over it later. Oh, yeah.
I have some remarks.
Yeah. Well, we can go over it later. Yeah, definitely, because. But at first, or before that, I wanted to go over what I've titled this show. I've been calling it horizontal paradox, but it occurred that there is no paradox. That's why a lot of people won't be able to see it, because the paradox doesn't exist. It only exists at the addition of the model. So I think what's been going on is that we've hit upon a thing that exposes the cog dis. I mean, when we first started, I said we developed a cognitive dissonance check, and that's what I titled it. And it was a series of questions that you could take people through to show how they react under a cog dis state, and you check with them for cog dis. Now, not many people have taken this on, and we've found it's harder and harder to talk about this very subject because of what I've called a paralogism. So there's a few words that have they've always been there. It's not like we've made these words up, but they need explaining in order for all of the pieces to fit. And it's took us a while to do this. We've not really been doing anything differently. It's just that all of these pieces of these words that have meanings, we were searching for them, and I think we've found them now. We've found them within logic. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of processing your thoughts. It's a science of reasoning. And as such, there's a process that goes on. Much like science and the scientific method, it's formulated upon logic again. Modus tollens, you have an antecedent consequent relationship within logic. Also, you have the cause and effect relationship within science. They're very similar, and they're laid out the same sort of way. The scientific method is if I do this, then this happens, and logic is an if then, if P then Q relationship. You can say, well, not Q or not P, but all of the things apply within that. You want to cut out the variables and make it so it's you get rid of the middle, exclude the middle, and then you can end up with a definitive answer. That's logic. And that process is what we've sort of, I don't know, been learning and still learning. And I'm open for any discussion about this sort of stuff anyway. That's the way we learn. That's the way we converse. We get better, and we get better at conversing with each other, and then we learn more. The only way we do learn is within the discussion. So within the discussions that we've had, certain people have brought us topics or whatever for us to look into. A few of them were brought in, obviously, because most of the people that we talk to are severely model afflicted. So what they bring to us is their model affliction and their thought patterns around that model affliction. We've learnt some words that probably need going over just so people can keep up with us and what we're talking about. So we have diletheism, SE's favourite. It means two truths. and it's a modern form, not of logic, but it's more of an axiom that you can place within a logic structure that allows you to have a contradictory statement. With most statements within logic are either true or false. Well, if you add this little axiom of diletheism into your logical system, then you can have two truths. You can have the false, the contradiction also being true. It doesn't actually happen. I mean, I don't see how you can actually do that sort of a thing, and nobody's ever given us an explanation of how you can apply that to reality. But diletheism is something that you will see, and you will be able to see it in other people. Now, they don't like hearing diletheists. Some people will freely admit to holding the place in this axiom, being able to, you can place it anywhere you want. And it's what it does is the idea of logic, and let's say they call it explosive logic, whereas if you explode the logic, if you allow possibilities that aren't there, then anything can happen within the logical system. So to have a explosive logical system that isn't exploded, it is flawless. And that's what you're aiming for with a true logical system, like an axiomatic system, like Euclidean geometry. It's a explosive logic, but it's not being, you can't falsify it. So therefore, it's not exploded. It's still intact, with the truth value remaining right from the beginning, right to the end. Never being questioned for thousands of years, apparently, for Euclid. Now, if you inject the diletheism in there, well, that would explode the logic. That would make it I don't know. So they call it non-explosive logic. That you can't explode it because anything can happen. Any truth can happen when you have this diletheism. Now, that diletheism allows for two truths, and that's not the sort of stuff that we go with. But it is a term that we're going to be using. Another one is a paralogism. It's genius. And that is a conclusion that you come to that's false. But it's built upon fallacious reasoning. And sometimes some of the great paralogisms don't have any reasoning to go with them at all. There's literally nothing there. Just the conclusion. Obviously, cogdis is a thing, is a reaction, I think, that people have when you expose them to a paralogism that they hold. And cognitive dissonance can happen at any time when somebody shows you a contradiction. Now, if you're a diletheist, you already have an axiom that holds that there can be two truths. Now, if somebody shows you a contradiction, but you hold two truths, then you don't see it as a contradiction. Contradictions when one thing is one way, and then the contradictory thing should be negative, positive and negative. The light switch is either on or off. You can't have it on and on. You can't have both of them being true. It doesn't really make sense. But if somebody shows you something and you have already got that there, then the different reactions that you can have is a cognitive dissonance reaction, because your brain takes over. It might even shut down. It might not completely ignore everything, that you can't see it. You can't see the problem because it's a paralogism that you hold. Now, can you ever see a paralogism if you can't? Well, I don't know. I don't know if I hold any paralogisms myself, because you can't see them as paralogisms. You need other people to point them out to you. You need people to question you as a person to bring these paralogisms out. And you need a good team of people. Hopefully we've got a load of them here that are willing to ask those questions and be willing to have those questions asked of them also. And then that's the way we learn, through the logic, through the processing, the reasoning. There's been many times in here that I personally have had, I don't know, a questioning thought that I couldn't resolve until you ask a few people things, and the picture becomes a bit clearer. Sometimes you can hold it for a year or so, not realizing, back of your mind, and then all of a sudden somebody will say something and it'll click. There's nothing wrong, I don't think, to having a paralogism, to holding a paralogism. It's the way you react when somebody shows it to you. That's the important thing, and that's where the conversations go. Oh, vacuous truths. Yeah, look at that. This is going to be a big thing come soon, because a vacuous truth is not the best way. It's a truth that means nothing, with no I don't know. Buster,
devoid of reason.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of an easier way to explain it. But this was brought to us again from the Brenda talk of the diletheism. Brenda brought us para-consistent logic. Now, when we heard that, all of us went, "What's that?" None of us had even heard of it. Never even thought of it. You know, a different type of logic. There is obviously only one logic. Right? You can't really have other types of logic. But Brenda brought us para-consistent logic, and that led to a chain of events where we ended up hearing about diletheism and all of these new fancy logics, fuzzy logic. We've not really got into all of that because it's a bit crazy. But it brought Buster on his little journey to a vacuous truth. Now, let's see if I can find the actual thing that Buster was meaning about when he was... Something didn't fit right when Buster... to this one. Right, so this is a definition to explain a vacuous truth. Oh, Buster's listening. Right, so this is a definition of level. Now, Merriam-Webster's the only dictionary that this appears in. And it's on 3 of 3 definition of level. Now, the earlier definitions go through level being a horizontal plane and a horizontal condition for the water level. And then it gets to this one, definition 3. It says, having no part higher than another. Okay, that sounds good. Conforming, this is the bit that got Buster. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Now, that never seemed right. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. To me, it's a truthful statement, but misleading because it says curvature. But to Buster, right, so it says that conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Well, the liquid parts of the Earth's surface is water, and like we say, level is horizontal, and a water level is a tool called a level. Therefore, it establishes a horizontal plane of reference. A water level does. So, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface, that would be horizontal. Curvature 0. That is a vacuous truth. There's no truth to the statement conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts because there is no curvature. It's a statement that means nothing unless you take it literally and say there is 0 curvature to the liquid part of the Earth's surface. Water level. Or, as the other one was that they said, it's like a Schrodinger's cat type situation where you can make a statement. Buster said, all the cell phones in the room are turned off. Or on. Doesn't really make a difference of the statement. But that would then become a vacuous truth if there were no cell phones in the room. Meaning, it's a vacuous truth. It doesn't mean anything. The statement can be said, all the cell phones in the room are turned on. It's a vacuous truth if there are no cell phones in the room. It's an actual truth if there are cell phones in the room that are turned on, then it is a truthful statement. But if there are no phones in the room, vacuous truth. It's a statement that doesn't mean anything. At worst, it's a misleading statement. It's a sort of wizardry trick for you to state it because you're hoping that the other person implies an actual truthful statement to it. They make something up to make the truthful statement for themselves and imply it, when it doesn't mean anything. Vacuous truth. So all of these words are what we've found to describe the people that we talk to and the tactics that they use. Now, the paralogism is something that can be placed in your mind. I pretty much think now somebody can place a paralogism like a wizard trick, implant it, and then you're unaware of it until somebody points it out to you. But a truly good paralogism that's been placed and built on, and Pink Floyd, another brick in the wall. There's a huge wall that's been built up around it, and it's well defended. You defend it, pretty much like the model that we deal with, which is what I want to get to tonight, is the horizontal paradox. Or whether I should get it on the board. I'll get the pictures out. So, there's a very simple question that can sum up all of this. And this is one of the exercises within Euclidia, and that's to make a straight line, or to put a point on a straight line at an equal distance away. Well, it occurred to me that you end up with a few series of these points that then can be extended out both ways. Ends you up with a straight line, but it ends you up with 3 or more straight lines, and those straight lines, the circles, can be extended out further and further to make a series of straight lines. Now, all of those straight lines will be parallel, because that sequence can be extended out. And it shows that parallel lines are possible, right? They're not just defined within Euclid because it's some sort of a thing that you define. No. The principles of this will show that those straight lines can keep going on, extended indefinitely. And once you can have a radius of a small circle, you can extend that and make that the diameter of a bigger circle. Loads of them. There's no scale to it. You can do it with a small circle, you can do it with a bigger circle, you can do it with whatever. And those 2 points will be parallel. All parallels to a plane will also be plane parallel. Like horizontal planes. Pretty simple. But the question becomes from this, geometrically. You have 2 points. Can you make those 2 points both horizontal? And the line between the two of those points would be a straight line in between 2 points. Would that line be possible to make it horizontal? Simple. Can you do that? I say yes. May seem very simple, that question. 2 points, line between them, horizontal. Is it possible to do that? And then would all of these geometric ideas and principles, would they apply to those 2 points? Just like the 2 points in the center and the circumference of a circle. Just like that, can you make that horizontal? Those 2 points. Well, that's it. That's the what I call a horizontal paradox. But it's not really a paradox, is it? Can you make a horizontal? Paradox is only there. Why I called this one model dependent. It only becomes a paradox if you have a model. Because it can happen in reality. There is a horizontal and you can make 2 points and the straight line between them. You can have a horizontal line. You can have a horizontal plane. It's definitely possible. Paradox occurs once you inject a model. Because if that model says you're not allowed horizontals, or not the horizontals that you think, the planes and the lines, they're not possible. So, unless there's a better paradox word for it, unless you could call it the globe paradox. Does that sound better? The globe horizontal paradox. Paradox is the model says there's no horizontal planes or lines possible. Because then you would have to bring in a geometric proof of perpendicularity. And then that shows that the planes are parallel. And the model says you can't have parallels. That's a good paradox. The globe model geometry. Globe geometry doesn't exist. But that geometry states there are no parallels. So you can't have parallel horizontals, just like you can't have parallel verticals. Yet, all horizontals and all verticals geometrically, because of the perpendicularity, the relationship of a horizontal and a vertical being perpendicular and them both being straight lines, there's a geometric proof that they are parallel. But a model states there is no parallels. They don't exist. Which is where we're going to be getting to later on tonight. Betty's done some logic that brings this could we call it a paralogism? The fact that you hold a view that level and horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, but they have to be also not perpendicular at a different place at the same time as being perpendicular at that other place. There's a diletheism part in the thinking process. There has to be. That's why I think it's a paralogism, and that's why people don't want to talk about it. It's hard to process the idea that you hold two contradictory thoughts. Everybody, I'm guessing, because it seems to have been a conversation that we have. But for the model, you need to have perpendiculars, but not perpendicular, whilst being perpendicular. Different places. The first one, this one is pretty much what our water level shared straight line segment is based upon. This very geometric principle with the fishies. I like it. I think this is amazing. Proof of a straight line with compass only construction. So you only have the 2 points. And because of those 2 points that you have make circles, you can also formulate a straight line. Not only can you formulate a straight line, they're parallel lines. There's multiple parallels that are formed. Now the question is, can you orientate those points horizontal? And would that make all of those points on that straight line also horizontal? Would they all be forming a straight line that is horizontal? Is that possible? So ridiculous a question, isn't it? That point.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this. This is really good.
They've got A and B, and then you've got a point at the right of it, and the next one, and the next one. Could you make that point A and point B horizontal, and then could you make the ones to the right and left of it? Could you make them horizontal at the same time? Could you make a horizontal line? And if you did make a horizontal line, would the one above it and the one below it also be horizontal lines, parallel? I.e., on a horizontal plane. Because this being geometric, it works in a circle on that plane, but perpendicular to that plane, we have parallels. So all of these circles can be turned and extended outwards. It's possible. Geometrically. X, Y, and Z axis. This is just circles on one plane on a 2D. But you can extend that perpendicular to that. And then you could say the same with all of those points. Could you make them all horizontal? Could you put them all on a horizontal plane? Could you make all of those points be the shortest distance, and that shortest distance being a straight line, lie wholly within the plane? Horizontal. Go on.
You have to fulfill one condition. You have to have a horizontal plane. I mean level.
Yeah.
In reality.
Yeah, the true meaning of the word horizontal, like a plane, a straight line, not curve, no bendizontal, just horizontal, plain, straight lines. That's the only question anybody needs to ask themselves as far as I'm concerned. Can you have that? Can you have a plane where any 2 points upon that plane be horizontal?
Well, you mean the straight line between those two?
Yeah.
Live wholly with that horizontal plane, yeah.
Yeah. That's the only question anybody need ask. Can you answer it as well? Another one.
Yes, this is possible.
Yeah. I'd say, yeah, definitely. There's multiple tools to establish horizontal planes. I don't have a problem. Therefore, I don't have a paradox. I do not have a contradictory idea. There's nothing to contradict for me, because horizontal planes are possible. All of the geometric principles of this Euclidean geometry all apply to, in reality, for me. I can sleep happy, because I know that I could just apply that to a much bigger circle, and those 2 points would still be a straight line, whether it be the radius or the diameter. And you can make that extension, radius to diameter, diameter back to radius, and the shared straight lines will always apply. So the circle's scalable like that. So where's the paradox? Ask someone with a model. Is it possible for you to have a horizontal plane? Because if you can have a horizontal plane, then all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel, or every one of them. And as we know, perpendicular to horizontal is vertical. What's that? Parallel verticals? All perpendicular to a horizontal plane? How is that possible? Only geometrically provable. There's no contradiction if you believe horizontal planes are parallel. Just don't go around telling people, because I think Betty said earlier in a clip, I think I read. That's what a flerf is. Somebody who believes level is horizontal. But I'm guessing it's going to be if horizontal planes are even possible. I don't think Betty's aware of that one yet. Because you can't have horizontals being possible and conflate that with level. I'll try and draw up this geometric proof a little bit better than this. This is a build-up. The globe horizontal paradox. Ask everyone about it. See, there you go. We've already got one taker. Unable to talk about the horizontal paradox. That's right, isn't it? Count. Unable to talk about the globe horizontal paradox. And the paradox is based upon t-shirt logic. The provable fact that horizontal planes are parallel. All horizontal planes are parallel. All of them are parallel to the plane of the horizon. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. And since the plane of the horizon is horizontal, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. It's a pretty simple concept to go to. That's a good geometric. Call it sacred geometry as well. I mean, you'd struggle to deny sacred geometry.
So, that's the first rule about the globe horizontal paradox, is you don't talk about the globe horizontal paradox.
Yeah. Yeah, just blame the flirfs.
Yeah.
That normally, step one. Call somebody who
Flirf
questions it. Yeah, you must be a flirf to be saying that. Like, what's a flirf? Well, you. Like, what?
There's somebody in chat? Somebody in chat that wants to come talk?
Not in our chat here, no. I mean, they can come in and have a chat. We've got one taker in the YouTube. But obviously, it's unspeakable. This is blasphemous for them to even talk about this. It's blasphemous. They'll be struck from the model. There'll be somebody taking notes on anybody commenting on this. So watch out. Because if you say horizontal planes are parallel to these guys, that's blasphemous. That you must be wiped from the internet. It's offensive for them to hear things like that. And it also wraps up in a lot of things. Because the structure of a straight line gives us triangles with 180 degrees, right? The proof is of triangles having 180 degrees is a straight line. All of the angles add up to this straight line. Well, there's your problem. You can make that straight line horizontal, and we can't be having that. So you're not even allowed to talk about triangles having 180 degrees, because that's a straight line. You can make it horizontal. You can't talk about horizontals. You can't talk about perpendiculars being two straight lines either, because there's your straight line problem again.
Mm-hmm.
Paradox is everywhere. The moment you inject that model in, you've got problems, especially when you start relating geometry and horizontal, obviously reality.
I've got a lot of paradoxes going on there, a lot of different things that they can't talk about.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So don't try talking to anyone about any geometric stuff. They're not capable of it, and you will get shut down. Don't try applying reasoning to your side of the argument either. It won't work. You come and have a chat with us once you've tried it, obviously, talking to people out there in the real world about horizontals and how perpendiculars to a plane are all. You'll find out what a parallelism is when you start talking to people about these sort of things. And you'll find out why it's blasphemous for you to question their thinking.
Can't hold both positions, right? You either have horizontal or you have a globe model.
Yeah.
We can demonstrate horizontal.
Well,
But
we can, but they'll never see it. They can't see it. Right? Them seeing that demonstration, again, it's too much. So yeah, we can demonstrate horizontals being parallel. There's a geometric proof, a very simple geometric proof. We can demonstrate verticals being perpendicular to horizontal also being parallel. Easily. It's a geometric proof. Saragaki's done it. I mean, but it wasn't Saragaki that did it. It's Saragaki just went to geometry and found a geometric proof. And you just develop that with horizontal and vertical. I mean, it's not a genius step that somebody said. You know, like, oh, look, but it's based upon logic that we started a bit ago. And we call it globe triggering logic. Yeah. It's ended up being that. I don't mean to. But it seems like these geometric proofs that we can hold that extend to reality, also within the proof, the framework within the proof still holds. That proof is untalkable. You can't talk to certain people about it. They can't see it. They can't understand the principles of a proof, because were they to, they would be faced with a dilemma. They would have to see a contradiction between a proof and a model. It's going to become harder and harder. We've been saying it for a while. I'm not too sure how many people can talk about this. Go on.
You know, when we talk to people about perpendicularity, it seems like they get really angry. Not really sure why. Like an auto response.
It's a straight line, I think.
They have problem with everything.
But the fundamentals of it are those 2 points. The shortest distance between 2 points. That's it. What's the concept that you imagine between 2 points? Because that imagining can be teamed as what you call level. And can you put those 2 points horizontal? And would that line, the shortest distance between those 2 points, would that entire line be called horizontal? Would the point be horizontal before the line?
Well, there would always fall a horizontal plane through that point, or that point will be on a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, the point will always be on a plane. Go on, sorry, paper.
And in globe model, all planes are horizontal. All. Because they are, according to their global's narrative, if every tangent plane is horizontal, and you can draw at every point on the globe, you can draw this horizontal, pseudo horizontal plane. Therefore, there are infinite numbers of horizontal planes on the globe.
No, that's the problem. You can't have a horizontal plane on the globe.
Yes, I know, but they call them horizontal, but they have multiple. It's infinite number of horizontal planes, so therefore they are not parallel to each other.
No. I'll put it again. You cannot have a horizontal plane because a geometric horizontal plane, because on the horizontal plane, all perpendiculars to it will be parallel.
Yes,
now,
yes,
you can't have that. That doesn't exist on the globe model. There is no plane for them to rely on, because that marker of a horizontal plane of all perpendiculars to it being parallel can't happen. That's why there's no horizontal plane on the globe model.
Yeah, and drawing on a piece of paper, pretending like you're drawing a globe and you're drawing horizontal, that's not demonstrating anything in reality. That's imagining on paper.
I'm pretty sure we did this when we started with the logic, because they only have horizontal at a point, which isn't a horizontal, right? A point is that of which has no parts. So horizontal there, thanks Buster, vacuous truth. Only horizontal at a point, but a point is nowhere. So it's only horizontal nowhere. It's vacuous truth. There is no horizontal on the globe model.
Yeah, I've heard of a horizontal plane and a horizontal line. I've heard of a point.
Yeah. All the points, or let's say all the points, any 2 points on a horizontal plane can be there can be a straight line connecting the two, and that straight line will lie wholly in the plane.
So linear.
And all verticals would be parallel to each other, and all would be will be perpendicular to this plane. And this is impossible on the globe, because you can, in their narrative, you can, on given tangent plane, you have only one this imaginary vertical point. You can have only one. You cannot move this vertical on this supposed plane. You cannot move that, because if you move, they are no longer horizontal.
Yeah. Of which you can't have horizontal on the globe model. It's really weird that there is a horizontal in reality if the globe model doesn't have a horizontal. Something what you call a paradox. That's the paradox. The globe horizontal paradox. How do horizontals exist if there are none on the globe model? Sort of a self-contradictory model there within that one paradox.
Yeah, that's a good point, because anything beyond their point would be, a something. So that wouldn't exist on the globe other than a single point, a nothingness, which you can't have.
Much like the sphere. It's just a collection of
Even
points at a distance.
Yeah. I mean, like, even a sheet of plywood on the globe wouldn't be horizontal at all. That's crazy.
The globe horizontal paradox. Get it out there. Or call it the next level paradox. Ev's paradox. See what the but be aware that people sometimes react really badly with cogdis when you show them a paralogism, and it gets much stronger the more academic minded they think they are. That's a scale factor of the reaction, the cogdis reaction to hearing these things. And oh yeah, Saragaki's just put there proposition 30. That's good. Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other.
Yeah, this is classical ABC. If A equals B and B equals C, therefore A equals C. This is classical syllogism of identity.
That's a proof that all horizontal planes are parallel, because straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line, horizontals, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other. I mean, you can say locally, but every horizon, all horizontals are parallel. Even when you move around, all the time, all horizontal planes are parallel. What does that tell you? Well, it tells you that horizontal planes must exist and horizontals must exist because they're always parallel to the plane of the horizon. And if the horizon's a plane, strangely enough, a plane is a two-dimensional. then a horizon's a plane, and it's parallel with all horizontals. All horizontals are parallel to each other. Horizontals exist. They are parallel. They are planes. Bish, bash, bosh.
And if they are planes, these horizontal planes parallel to each other, therefore all verticals are parallel to each other also.
Yeah, the law of perpendicularity, right? But don't mention the verticals. That's the globe vertical paradox. Don't give him that one as well. Just let's stick to the horizontal paradox. We've already got the t-shirt logic. DP. Got the t-shirts. But get a t-shirt. Get yourself a t-shirt. I've got quite a few of them. It's the first day I've not been wearing a DP t-shirt for quite a while. Oh yeah, look at that. Mike's pointing out. Ready for you to go over that one. Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. That's pretty good, isn't it? Premise, conclusion. Logic is a great thing. I think Eddie said earlier, didn't he, that you can't prove the shape of the Earth with logic, and we're not trying to prove the shape of the Earth. I mean, that's ridiculous. Why are people so obsessed with Earth shape? I know that everybody's placed us within a bracket of something, but I don't think we ever have been that. Me personally, I've never been obsessed with the shape of the Earth. I have been saying for quite a while that level is horizontal and watching what happens. Now we've found out that level and horizontal comes with a paralogism, especially if you hold the model. If you hold the globe model, whether you realize it or not, you cannot have horizontal planes or lines. They don't exist. You have to take on a new geometry. That geometry isn't Euclidean geometry. It's not Euclidean. And in that not Euclidean geometry, there are no parallel lines. They don't exist. Somebody scrubbed a triangle axiom and skewed the minds of people and managed to get them to think that there are no parallel lines in a conceptual medium or a conceptual framework. But they've related it to reality. They have to. This logic and geometry applies to reality. That's where geometry comes from. There would be no reason to make a geometry that didn't apply to reality. That'd be foolish. And as we've heard earlier, it applies to triangles. Triangulation. Shout out Professor Phil. Prof Phil. It's just a YouTube title anyway, isn't it? I'm guessing. I don't think you could be a lecturer at a university or anything like that and just be so obsessed with Earth shape that you give that to everybody. So horizontal paradox. Can you make a straight line horizontal? If you can, don't tell a globe Earth believer about that.
I think that surveyors they do that all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. We've been saying that all the time. There are tools, admittedly, there are tools called levels that do establish horizontal planes. Even Beddy would admit that. He put a clip earlier in a reply to one of us, I think, maybe asking. Horizontal planes do exist. And they are parallel to each other. They definitely don't intersect with each other. Make a spherical shaped horizontal. That'd be ridiculous for anybody to imagine that. You'd have to be seriously model afflicted to do that.
Yeah, you instantly end up with vertical being perpendicular to both horizontal and vertical, and to a sphere at the same time. Violating perpendicular and making it geometrically absurd in two different ways at once. So yeah.
This is good. This clip here. You have to shoot short. I don't know who he was talking to or why this one came in. You have to shoot short increments like 50 meters to be accurate. So that's somebody saying something like that. Maybe a surveyor or something. And Beddy's reply is, oh, I see. George, who is an expert, I don't know which George he's talking about. Just any George, maybe some expert George. George, who is an expert, assures me, Beddy, that we can measure well beyond 50 meters with great accuracy. This is George, the expert. Says you can do that. And I hope not with an auto level. I don't see why the canal is irrelevant. You need it as a level benchmark. The canal level. That's convenient. Anyway, to continue the story, assume the auto level is accurate over any reasonable distance. It's a bit vague, isn't it? One, assume the auto level is accurate over any reasonable distance. I'm pretty sure he's been told that it's only accurate over 50 meters.
Yeah, why not give the accurate distance measurement?
Why do we have to assume that it's accurate over a reasonable distance? Now, is 50 meters a reasonable distance? I would say, for accuracy. Would 200 meters be a reasonable distance? No. No, because it can't be assumed to be accurate. It isn't accurate over 200 meters. That's ridiculous. I don't know which expert George he's been talking to, but I'm not pretty sure he's not an expert at surveying. Might be an expert at bullshitting. Expert at bullshittery. Lying, just saying things that aren't true. Might be an expert at that. Who knows? He says, then set up the poll. Assume the... anyways, to continue the story, he's telling the story. Assume the auto level is accurate over any reasonable distance. Then set up the pole close by and adjust the height of the marker so it aligns with the crosshair. What marker? See,
marker to what?
I don't know.
What distance?
Any reasonable distance. Vague. Right? And then it says, then keep the pole away, keeping the marker always aligned with the crosshair. If necessary, adjust the height of the marker so it aligns. What?
What the hell?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Then, on the hypothesis that level equals horizontal, you will never need to adjust the marker ever, so long as it is the same height above the water. Like, what?
Yeah, that's
like, what's he talking about?
Might need a diagram with that.
Yeah. I don't know which expert George. Bring expert George around, Betty, and we'll have a discussion about this.
You two can discuss it, amongst yourselves and maybe with the help of us.
And you need to adjust so as long as the same height above the water. If you have to adjust the marker upwards, and assuming the auto level is accurate, you've assumed it, that will show that the water level cannot be horizontal.
That sounds like the nutsack.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's been talking to George. Now, George might be an expert of bullshittery enough to convince Betty he's an expert at this. So Betty might now have a paralogism that he assumes George is an expert at surveying. Globe surveying. There's no such thing. Nobody's told Betty that. Globe surveyors don't exist. All surveyors survey locally using plain surveying tools.
Level and horizontal.
Yep.
And vertical and plumb. Nothing more.
Nope.
Yeah, that sounds like blue squad logic to me. Yep.
I've got a few little clips as well that I've saved up.
Maybe George is modern surveyor.
Yeah,
sounds like the Bev crew doesn't understand again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got this one. This is another one. This one came from Prof. Phil Bell. He says, you will be happy to learn that geodetic surveyors have done exactly that. He's talking about triangles. Goes on to explain it. They have measured capitals the internal angles between three places on Earth and found them to be greater than 180 degrees. Now, this is a massive paralogism for Phil Bell.
He said on Earth, didn't he?
Can he bring some citations, some papers, whatever, for that? Or not?
I doubt it.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would say that's geometrically literate.
I thought he was going to say about a model or something, but he specifically said Earth. Because...
Yeah, places on Big E as well. He did. He's quite sure to capitalise that. Put the big one in there. Yeah, the big fella.
What, all caps or just?
No, just the Big E. Yeah.
Yeah, which is bigger than all caps. Yeah.
Well, 3 places, right? 3 points make a triangle. You measure the angles between 3 points, 3 places. And then he's talking about bullshit. Impossibilities.
Mm-hmm. No, there's no distance, no nothing.
No.
Just 3 points.
Vagueness and impossibilities.
I assume they had line of sight for these measurements.
They would have to. You can't make a measurement of an angle without line of sight.
I wouldn't think.
Somewhere over there behind that hill.
Yeah, unless somebody's told them that geodetic surveyors are a little bit different. I don't know who would do that. Maybe some expert in bullshittery has been sprouting this off and handing out paralogisms left, right, and centre.
Maybe a guy named George?
Maybe. Ah.
Globe Defender.
Let me clarify something because I was just finishing up a meeting. So someone told Betty that once looking through an auto level at 50 meters, you could take the marker that you're seeing through the auto level, line up the crosshairs with a mark on the marker, and then start moving away from that auto level. And assuming that you have to raise the marker means the water is not level. Did I get that right?
I think so, yeah. Nobody's bothered to tell him that it's a vertical change from the horizontal, right? That's how you measure an elevation change. So
elevation change,
yeah.
Exactly.
So he's saying there is a greater distance that he assumes to be there. Therefore, there is an elevation change of the water in the distance. So he assumes that, or somebody's told him that, and that to him,
the water's lower over there.
Yeah,
and but yet the water's not flowing.
Yeah, it's not an elevation change, but it would be measured as an elevation change, and he wants to imagine it measured as an elevation change because then it's not horizontal. The water, it's different than horizontal, but I don't know. It's one of the massive paralogisms, right?
All right. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Kevin, stop trying to be logical and you'll get it, bro.
I'm sorry, man. I'll try.
To accept the contradictions that exist. Otherwise, the model can't exist. Don't do this to me, the model.
Assimilate.
James doesn't seem to fathom the crux of the issue. Can a vertical plane be seen and translated in reality? Yes. Yes, you can position a plane of glass in the vertical position. Absolutely. Now, to me, that's not a problem. But to any model believer, then
that's a huge issue.
Yeah, massive. You can't have a vertical plane. It's not possible. Just like you can't have a horizontal plane.
A really tight curtain.
Yeah. Geometrically, of course. That's what we're talking about. And I'm saying geometrically you can't have it because there is only Euclidean geometry in reality. You're not going to conjure up a two-dimensional conceptual geometry to explain anything in reality. That's just not going to happen.
It's like a brick wall.
Yeah. So this is the build-up to what I'm hoping we're going to get to with Betty. Did I was hoping I got the... Oh, hey, I tell you what, I went to the local shops today. Guess who was there? Yes. Look.
You get a picture?
Yeah. Queen.
Queen showed up.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
The pink gloves.
What, Freddie Mercury?
No. No, harmonic.
It would have been more believable, actually,
Yeah.
even though Freddy's been dead for a while.
Did you get a signature?
That's it. It's a Jubilee coming up. That's about as good as we're getting round here for anything. The Queen sat in a local booth. Yeah. The slippers. Slippers and a pink
pink marigolds.
Yeah. She's just been doing the cleaning. It's like she's been doing a bit of spit and polish on her little crown. Because she's got one on her head, if you hadn't noticed.
Yeah, I'm glad she's staying busy these days. It's important when you're that age to stay active, you know.
Yeah, I keep it topical.
Yeah, clearly. Oh my goodness.
Ah, right. Well, I thought I got
almost
Betty's
vertical position. The door frame is.
Well, has it only got Betty's? Well, anyway, we're going to be going over his thing over at Blues.
Oh yeah, yesterday I caught a bit of that. They were on a roll. Yep.
Yeah, let me just
keep us out of their mouth.
Cue it up. Logic night with Bebby. See, Tuesdays we have Logic night. This is the home of Logic. If you want to come and talk about anything Logic, this is the place. And I'm hoping that Blue's going to take up the Logic night, because we did offer up a challenge a bit ago. Logic, a Logic off, where we get two teams of logicians, and we will discuss and be able to have an argument, a discussion about a logical structure with another team of logicians. I'm really hoping this is going to take off big for Blue. I'm hoping this goes really well.
Are you kidding? Blue's too scared to face you. We all know that. He's a big chicken.
I didn't have to face me.
Or Mobius. He's especially afraid of Mobius.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. His knees buckle when he hears that name.
Just sees LIGO every time he sees it.
Yeah.
Just sees a right angle.
Yep, with all his unclamping and stuff. He even chickened out. Weren't we supposed... I wasn't going to bring this up, but he called me a coward yesterday. Weren't we supposed to do something, me and him, like a couple of Mondays ago, like last month, and he chickened out? Didn't show up? I do remember something vaguely like that.
Yeah, I remember too. I don't know if it was a debate or... I can't remember exactly.
It was on the bridge, right?
Yeah, he did ask you to go over there, didn't he? To talk about something. Like, but actually...
No, it was here. Supposed to be here. We had set it up and everything.
Yeah. Well, I've been going over just recently, last night, actually, was Zanuck. Can you remember the balls rolling? Because it applies to the horizontal paradox, which we're going to be hitting really big, right? The globe horizontal paradox. Obviously, there's no paradox with this, is there?
Yeah, Blue is just a big old chicken.
Called me the F word today. Fucker. And then the left lane chimed in. Yeah, he called you the Fucker. I'm like, aren't you a mod, left lane? I said, aren't you supposed to be telling him he shouldn't be calling people names? It was right after he called me a liar. Instead of repeating what he said, like all happy, all giddy.
I saw that. He blamed it on you. You triggered him for being so vile and horrible or something.
It was my fault.
Yeah.
Of course it was my fault. And what I was doing, I wasn't being vile. I was just posting his threats towards a group, which I think is bigotry. Calling a certain group of people like the sovereign citizens, you know, worthless and dumb, and that the police should use their tasers on them as practice, you know, threats of violence. I think that is vile and shouldn't be allowed on the Discord server. But me actually posting that Blue said that is the problem, right? And when he calls me a liar, remember, SC, I think you were involved with the conversation, and he said that he was so educated that we couldn't understand even what he was saying because we're not educated. And I went ballistic. I mean, you know, he's talking down to you and other people. Well, he said I was lying about that. He never said that. He's just either got a bad memory or he's just looking to antagonize. Either way, he's whatever. Old Blue. Go Bama.
I'm hoping this is going to be a good introduction for the globe earthers into Logic, or maybe it was after last night, right? It might not have gone that well, and he might have been a bit upset about how it went. We'll see. And I've noticed he's been over there a fair bit more, Blue. His presence has gone to Geo's. I bet Geo's enjoying that.
Oh, yeah, they cater. Like I said, today he called me a liar and the F word, and one of the mods said the F word, and Geo, Jeremy, none of them said anything. You're not supposed to call people names there. They've been pushing that a lot, but Blue was allowed to. Nothing was even said to him after I pointed it out. Strange.
Right, you guys in Discord. There's my screen share. Sorry to put you through this, but it's Blue. We have to go over it. Right, now, I know we went over these videos the other day. I went over one about the university professor last night, and I did get the flat earth tag back again. I've noticed Blue's got it here. It's just got it. It's titled Logic Night with Bebby, but he's got a flat earth tag. So I'm presuming that they're going to talk a lot about this flat earth or something. Or unless you've just got to say it and mention it a few times. We'd lost it until we did that latest video. And Brenda in the chat, Brenda says, I'm looking forward to this. And see, here's Howard Moore. He's the second person. But didn't he come in our chat asking who is Betty when he's here? Logic Night. Why did he come in here acting like he didn't know who he was? He came in here under the name Left Lane, and he was and now I think Betty said 20 minutes in or something. Because I don't want to...
Lovely.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of tears as well, because getting on towards lunchtime by the time I get there. As it was, I got there at 11:30. He wasn't there. He didn't get there till 2:30. Oh, come on. Play the game.
Yeah, and I think from memory it's the first Monday in August. They are bank holidays. They're always Mondays.
In Scotland. It's, yeah.
And
of course, the really
how's the
odd
sound
thing
look?
about
It's sounding
British law
okay in
is
YouTube.
The only people who are still only
That's George, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, sound.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
So I'm going to share my screen now.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'll.
Here we go.
You share yours. Let me put.
Right, so I'll give this an intro. Betty came here last week on Wednesday, our Trivium night, just as we were starting to bridge from the grammar part into logic of the Trivium, grammar, logic, rhetoric. We were just bridging into the logic part. I think we'll have another go over logic, maybe even talk about this sort of stuff. Do it as we were meaning to do it tomorrow. But Betty came here on last Wednesday to do a presentation on Aristotle's logic. Now, it wasn't very clear what it was about. But he left us leaving with a question at the end that we never got to talk about with Betty. We don't know Betty's what Betty meant by the question that he was asking us. We don't know what he was saying. We obviously gave our interpretations of the answer. We don't know what Betty was. So we were hoping he was going to come here to talk about it, but he didn't. He decided to leave the server and go over to Blue. So this is obviously, I'm hoping this will be his interpretation of what the last slide was. We got talking about dodos for a little bit too long and never got to talk about that bit to him. So this is Betty over at Blue Marble Science. Shout out, give him a subscribe. And this is about logic and Aristotelian. Or Aristotle's logic. I don't know. Oh yeah, this is where Askin asks, what is a fleur? Because flirfs are not human, was the conclusion. So Askin asked, what is a flirf? And Betty, who is EDBY on YouTube, says, someone who believes that level is horizontal. That's what he's calling a flirf. So I don't know whether that's graded or changed or whatever. But now, I don't know. You best ask us surveyors if they're flirfs. Or what they think about level and horizontal. But yeah, that's a new it's a new one. And this Clive Adams here, we'll go over this, but it says, he says, I can't see the problem with the original premises 1 and 2. Hopefully we'll go over it. All perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel. Like it's a truthful statement. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are vertical. You can't see any problem with those two. The problem is with the premise 3 because it does not specify that all verticals must be on the same horizontal plane to be parallel to each other. It's interesting.
Yes, that's the trick. This is trick, and Baby will we'll be talking about that.
Yeah.
In blue.
Yeah, but this isn't a trick. This is a paralogism that allows them to believe this. The geometric possibilities of this aren't true. There's no way you can make this geometrically possible. This is what you would call a vacuous truth. It doesn't. You don't need to state the same horizontal plane because the perpendicularity amongst them will occur. He says, so change premise 3 to all verticals on the same horizontal plane are parallel to each other, and you have an argument which is both valid and true. Betty says.
Baby is using this same as an argument against horizontal plane.
Yeah.
He will explain.
Yeah. But Betty says there is no premise 3. There are only 2 premises and a conclusion. And then Clive Adams says, sorry, you're correct. The premises are fine. It's the conclusion which is wrong. Come to the wrong conclusion. That all verticals must be parallel. Change the conclusion to the one I suggest and the argument is both valid and true. Interesting. Geometrically changing it's both valid and true, somebody says on the other side. I don't think he's aware that horizontal planes aren't possible. But, hey, we'll see. Now, somebody said that Blue likes to copyright strike, or we've got to be very careful with this, so I will have to be stopping this quite often, if just to break us up. Hopefully there's a load of talking from Blue and all of that. So this is Betty's presentation over at Blue's. Here we go.
Let me get that up.
Oh, he's changed his title. More Flat Earth Logic. Is he taking Flat Earth Logic over there? What's Flat Earth Logic? He can't be a logician, can he?
He originally claimed to be a linguist, but then he changed it up.
It was Betty's Logic he titled. But now it's more Flat Earth. Is he changed it up just for Blue? It would be
a flat earther.
It would be amazing if it's exactly the same presentation. It's just he's changed the title from Aristotle's Logic to...
No. It will be different because he will elaborate.
Nice. Okay,
but
so he's
with
changing it up.
Flaws.
Changing it up a bit. More Flat Earth Logic from Bebby. He's bringing his own. He's doing Flat Earth Logic. I said he was doing this at the beginning. I love it.
And, yeah, there we go. That should be going out to YouTube, so.
And it's going out to YouTube now, yes?
Should be. And
just wait for YouTube to catch up.
Yeah.
And there we go. It's in YouTube.
Fabulous.
So we're all good.
Who we got? Hi, Genesis. Don't know Rob. Don't know Snesley. No Farmer's Boy.
A good evening to you, sir.
Wow.
Good evening.
Hi there.
So, what I
looking
propose,
forward for this one.
What I propose, I've got 18 to 20 slides, I think. Should be done with that in half an hour. It's all about logic. And can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
sound
you,
okay?
yeah, you sound great.
And then we sort of discuss it amongst ourselves. I've called it Flat Earth Logic. And logic has always appealed to me, and sort of the Bev Next Level server has always appealed to me because flat earthers generally don't discuss logic.
You should know that SC Montreal will be here, and he will report anything you say to the Bev charts.
Right, he will be here,
Just
but I
so you
can't
know.
see him now.
I highly doubt it, but we'll see.
We'll see.
SE's not over there, and why would he be reporting anything back? This is live, but we're watching it now.
I'm glad they started with the Bevtard thing right off the bat. Though.
Yeah.
It hits the logic right in it gets you right here in the heart.
Yeah, and why would he be obsessed with us over here doing logic? Because flat earthers don't do logic. I mean, what's that got to do with us?
He went flat earther, next level Discord, Bevtard.
Yeah.
3 steps.
Genius. Well, I'll say it. I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it up, right?
Yeah.
Why is he conflating? Why is he equating, flat earth logic to anything to do with this Discord server?
Yeah. And why's he titled it Flat Earth Logic and then trying to talk about us? I mean, is he obsessed or what? It's ridiculous.
Is that a rhetorical question?
They never call it water level logic.
Yeah. Yeah, globe horizontal paradoxes. This is what happens when people get obsessed with a model. A model affliction takes over and they just become obsessed. It clouds the mind. You get too many paralogisms. Everything becomes blasphemous to talk about it, so you have to go into rooms like he's in now. Talking about this is
I've always thought
good.
logic, of all the sciences, logic is the one which it's impossible to get wrong because the rules are, once you kind of understand them, they're pretty simple. It's like, if you
Did he just say that? He's always like logic because of all of the sciences. It's impossible to get wrong.
Then how come he does such a bad job at it?
How come such a thing as fallacies are described?
Exist,
in,
yeah. Right there. Fail right out of the gate.
Fallacies are not the problem for Baby.
Yeah.
disagree with 2 + 2 = 4, then you have a problem. You're not rational. And for a similar reason, it's hard to disagree with logic. But this whole experience has actually sort of shifted my opinion a bit. But let's see.
Ooh.
So some flat earthers, and we know who we're talking about here, right?
Oh, do we? I hope he's not talking about flat earthers that aren't flat earthers, because that would be contradictory, wouldn't it?
Too bad you've been labeled. Sorry.
No, but this is Dodo paradox. You can be non-existing flat earthers.
Yeah.
And he will talk about non-existing flat earthers too.
That a flat Earth can be proved by logic alone.
Yes.
And that will be a truly, really, really civilization-changing result. Because
Some flat earthers believe that a flat earth can be proved by logic alone, right? Now,
Yeah,
I don't know about anybody else, but we are the only people that talk about logic as far as I'm concerned. To the extent that we do. Geometry, reality, logic. That's what we do. Now, I've never heard anybody here state that logic can prove a flat earth. Never.
He is referring to you directly.
I know. He's going for all of the logic we've done, like t-shirt logic, stating that horizontals are parallel. But that's not flat earth. That's reality logic. He's obsessed. I told him not to think that we were flat earthers. Don't take the logic that we do here over there to these servers and pretend it's flat earth logic. It's not. It's a proof that it's not flat. So how they can conflate that with flat earth is ridiculous. But not nicely done.
Because since the time of the ancient Greeks, it's been believed that there are truths that cannot be established from first principles alone, but require observation and experiment. So the Greeks preferred first principle stuff. They liked geometry, mathematics. They weren't too keen on science because it required sort of going out and doing stuff. But whatever, they still made that distinction. There are a priori truths and a priori forms of demonstration and argument, which are from first principles, and there are a posteriori, which you cannot prove from logic alone, but you have to go out into the world and measure stuff.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I think one of Bev's ground postulates is that the Euclidean logic is grounded on reality.
This little weasel has it in for us as well.
Genesis? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Always bad mouths us every opportunity he gets, yeah.
Obviously. He's been here. He's had a chat with us.
Yeah.
In the reality, yeah?
Some people disagree, and I've seen people go onto his server saying, "Oh well, it's not about that." But I totally agree with Bev there that logic and geometry, as a triangle actually does have 180 degrees if it's on a plane that is planar. So yeah, it's not
3 coplanar points.
And there you go. See, every single triangle is planar.
That's what a triangle is.
He admits that.
Yeah.
He admits that, and he is in disagreement with Genesis. I think that they were surprised to hear this from him.
Yeah, the words "I agree with Bev" should never be said over there, especially not to do with triangles. He doesn't know how touchy a subject that is. That's your parallel postulate. That's your straight line. That's dangerous, Betty. I told you not to bother doing this. You're going to end up with this exactly the same as me.
Yeah.
Betty, get ready to be cast out.
It's about reality, but this argument is not about that. Logic is about reality.
What? Let me get that again.
One of Bev's ground postulates is that the Euclidean logic is grounded on reality. So
and some people
in the reality, yeah.
Some people disagree, and I've seen people go onto his server saying, "Oh well, it's not about that." But I totally agree with Bev there that logic and geometry, as a triangle actually does have 180 degrees if it's on a plane that is planar.
Ouch.
So yeah, it's about reality, but this argument is not about that.
Well, it's about reality, but this argument is not about that. Now, on the page, he's got all perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other. Perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are vertical. Well, yeah, that's reality. If he says that geometry is reality and logic is reality, then that's talking about horizontal planes and verticals, and that's reality. How can you say that's not reality?
He's talking about validity of this argument, which is on the screen. Listen closely what he is saying.
Well, I'm just taking it. He said it's not to do with reality, after saying that it is to do with reality. Very strange. Contradictory point.
Logic is about reality too. Okay, so here's the argument. Now, I'll give you the argument. Premise 1, all perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other, or to one another, means the same. Premise 2, all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are vertical. I've coloured 2 of the terms in red for a reason. I'll come back to that. Conclusion, all verticals are parallel to each other. Now, I've presented arguments like this before on the Next Level server, and they've always complained, "Oh well, it's a straw man." That's not our argument at all. But I took really great care this time.
Yeah, that's actually the case. It isn't our argument. That's your argument.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I asked you, Sarugaki, about who brought this argument in this formulation. Is it was your or his?
This is his misunderstanding of a statement that I've put in one of a meme that I made. He misunderstood what I said in a meme, a statement in a meme. So yeah, this is from him.
Yeah, this is
So
his.
that's mean that he now will be dealing with his own fallacies.
Yes.
Yes.
He's
Thank
just
you very much.
he's trying to hand them off to us in a haphazard way by stating and convoluting an argument that he's brought in the past. Because he brought straw men to us. And we said, that's a fucking straw man argument. That's not ours. Because he came with a flat earth logic, didn't he? Remember that? He came here with flat earth logic and then he took it over to Bob's. Busted open that server when he took t-shirt logic over there. But he came here with some sort of a strange flat earth argument again. But anyway, this in this word form, he says posted by Sarugaki, but it's not. It was posted by him in his presentation. Betty, he brought it.
It was posted by Sarugaki. I'm sure we all know him, of the Next Level server. I've got screenshots.
I'm sure we all know him.
I caught that too. Have you heard something that ridiculous?
Everybody knows Sarugaki.
Thank you, Beppe.
Yeah. Make that man famous. Everyone should know about Sarugaki. Let's go.
Shows that was his argument. I challenged this to him about a week ago, and I said, "Is that your argument?" He said, "Oh well, I don't know." He obfuscated a bit, but then I showed him the screenshot. So this is conclusively and undoubtedly his argument, and this is the one I'm going to have a go at.
He's really trying to tie you to that.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah. Conclusively.
Yeah, see, the thing is, right, he's presenting this as an argument. Well, as I said, I just made a statement in a meme.
Well, your thing, it goes back. I've seen all of the other stuff. It's a geometric proof that was just developed, right, into a logical form. But the logic form of the geometric argument still stands, and it's on the server. Anybody can come and have a look at it. Some brilliant stuff.
But I think, Sarugaki, weren't you saying that your intent was not to provide a logical form to the statements? You were just putting the statements out.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, because I've used certain logical symbols that you would use in formal logic. Yeah, but that's not my point of. It's just like those symbols have a meaning, so I just put those meanings in there as the symbols themselves represent as a statement, just to make a statement of me making a claim, basically, a statement.
Yeah,
exactly.
And he has taken that and turned it into this over a long period of time after that proof was developed, too, because he didn't come here and ask for that proof for months after I made it, like 2 months later.
You never put your statements or anything into this syllogistic form of a logical argument, did you? It wasn't even thought of or contemplated as syllogistic form or a syllogism within this geometric statement. No, it's just purely geometric statements.
Yeah, we had just gotten into the idea of logical symbols, so I just made a statement using those symbols, right? It was just because it was cool to do. Yeah, it fit into a meme really well, and it's, what's it called? Like, it's symmetrical, really cool to look at. Like, what's the problem, baby? But no, he has twisted it around into this, which is something different that he worked out over. Yeah, he said it took great care. It took him however long to get this conjured out.
And he's giving it this is the argument, the definitive argument. I like it. The subject of this is all that one question at the end. So I'm glad Betty's doing this. This is him. Go on. Right, switch the kettle on for us on the way out, will you? Thank you. Yeah, this is his final question or final something he had over here. And he's obviously developing this. Very brave man taking this over there to Blues. I like it. I like it a lot.
Excuse me to interrupt again, but we had a discussion on Sunday. We had a long discussion on BEVs. And Stark Order was there and a lot.
On Sunday, Genesis. Here.
I think that he is talking about chat. I think so.
Oh, in the text chat. Really?
Yeah, then he's probably gonna bring up me because I was talking to him on Sunday.
Genesis. You had a discussion with Genesis in the text chat. I wouldn't call it a discussion. Yeah.
No.
Lot of people and then Sarugaki said that he had a proof that all verticals are parallel to each other. And I asked, I would love to see that one. And then he said that your proof was what his proof. And then I said, Bebby said that this is not valid. But what that he changed his mind and said it's valid. So we had a long discussion about that.
So, so in summary, Genesis,
claims from Genesis
there. This proof is valid. He thinks it's valid, correct?
Yeah.
Or not?
Yeah,
right.
He does.
Yeah, he thinks this proof is valid. Like, were you talking about this?
No, that's the thing, right? Yeah. He's conflating this that he has on his screen right now to what I'm talking about when I say, yes, I have proof, right?
The geometric proof that all perpendiculars to, the geometric proof back in this. Not the syllogistic logical form that Betty's talking about. They're two completely different things. As far as I'm concerned. And I can see how the confusion occurs in Betty's. I noticed that Betty's trying to give out his presentation and he's already been interrupted twice by Genesis. Must be hard work. Unless they're going with a different display thing of how to present.
Which is what he said last week when I've left the server now, but yeah, I mean, Mike, Bev, Saragaki, a couple of others say, yeah, this is a totally valid proof. So, and the reason I'm here now is to say, well, actually, it's completely bloody invalid. But
we put the if and then into it. We've already explained that, and he's already agreed that with those things in, it does become a valid statement. Again, Saragaki didn't write this. This is Betty's formulation of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused because at one point he, with Genesis saying what he said, he defends you rightfully, right? But then he pulls this with the Saragaki thing and then says that we accepted this. No, we purposely said after his show, after he left, we purposely said, well, we didn't get to this slide. And is it a valid form? We said, no, it's not a valid form. Not at all. So how is he saying we said it was absolutely valid? It's not valid. Not without the if and then. Yeah. If all perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other and all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are vertical, then all verticals are parallel to each other. That's just a fact.
Yes, but he's talking about, because this is so-called semantic, but he will disprove this in other way. He will disprove validity using first premise he will concentrate on where the same. You will see.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Let's come to that.
Let's go then.
So if all verticals are parallel, then all horizontals are parallel, and the Earth might look like this. I'm not sure if you can see all of that, but
Let me get this big.
Wow.
Boom. Let's get that. Ooh, look. Still got the circle underneath. They have to do it.
Holy shit.
The dingleberry must be.
True world map. This is Betty. I mean, he's doing well there.
Did Betty draw this?
It must be.
Are you sure you didn't draw that, Surigaki?
This is amazing. Hold on, let me screenshot this.
Done it.
Wow, man.
True world map. I don't know whether that is.
Holy cow.
He does put Earth as a little e. There. Might.
This is better than Disco Ball Earth.
If all verticals are parallel, then all horizontals are parallel. Geometrically, I mean, that's the way he's done. If all verticals are parallel, then all horizontals are parallel. Wow. Right?
What does that say down when he's pointing to the circle? What is that something shape? Can anybody read that?
No, it's too small. I can't.
All right. Holy.
Yeah, that's good, that though.
Is that ball, in quotes, ball shape?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Let's see.
He took the 0 meridian and the 180 meridian, sort of stretched it out flat. And I'm showing this because they will always sort of deny. They'll say, "Oh, we're not flat earthers. You know, logic has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth." Well, it bloody well does. You know.
Well, logic does have something to do with the shape of the Earth. Has he just contradicted what he said earlier himself?
Oh man!
What?
If the oceans are completely flattened horizontal, then the Earth looks like that sort of straight line above. I've just unwound the circle a bit, which is the official shape of the Earth, and on which I have no view. I'm a logician. Logicians don't take a view on what reality is like. We just do logic. But you know, if the globe.
Wow, Betty, that's dodgy stuff. That
he couldn't resist to draw a ball.
He even laughed when he did it.
Yeah. And then he's saying logicians don't give a shit about the shape of the Earth.
And then he laughed some more.
Well, I don't. I don't give a shit about the shape of the Earth.
Exactly. None of us do.
Yeah.
How many times do we have to say it?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Not flat earthers.
Betty.
And don't give a shit about it either. Literally do not care. Just like you, Betty. Did say we were very similar. You'll be cast out. Saying things like that, you don't care.
If the hypothesis is right, then it looks like the circle below. If all horizontals are parallel, and if the sea is perfectly horizontal as opposed to level, then it looks like that's.
Why does he talk about the sea being horizontal or level? Because it's not. It's mean. There's tides. Does he not know about waves and stuff? It's crazy.
Can somebody check me here? Did he just use a straw man fallacy?
I think so.
Because it looks like a straw man to me.
It's his concept of what he thinks we think. But we think the same as him. We don't give a shit about the shape of the Earth. Apparently. But I think he's still got a massive paralogism in there. He may not think he cares, but it's in there.
Straight line. So their claim in effect is that by a logical argument such as this, I'm just showing that on the screen, we can prove the Earth looks like that perfectly.
No, Betty. It's just a geometric statement that triggers people into drawing pictures like that? How can a geometric statement trigger somebody so much to do drawings like that? Where's he got that drawing from? Do you think that's his?
It has to be, right?
I don't know. He uses everybody else's stuff.
Yeah, that is true.
Or everybody else's interpretations of things, like his interpretation of other people's things that he thinks that they think.
Straight line above the sphere. So the question is the argument valid? I had a lot of problems on that server, on the next level server, with getting to understand the difference between a discussion, an argument, a proposition, and validity. So they'd say something, they'd believe the conclusion is true, so automatically for them the argument is valid, but that's not correct. You can have an argument whose premises are false and whose conclusion is true, and it's perfectly valid. Validity means, and this is what Aristotle says, and which all logicians agree with, a syllogism, that's the Greek word for an argument, is discourse in which certain things being stated, i.e. that's the premises, something other than what is stated follows of necessity from their being so, i.e. from the premises being so. And he adds, from their being so, I mean, they produce the consequence. Or the consequence, or the
antecedent consequence relationship between the two statements. Come on, Betty.
The conclusion follows from the premise. So it's key to an argument that the conclusion must follow from the premises, even if the premises are false.
As you can see,
so
here that he added something what was not said or written in Aristotle quotation. So he said he added something to. He didn't read this quotation as a whole. He interrupted and he added something instead of Aristotle quotation to make you think that this was Aristotle's. If you can rewind this and can we hear this again? Because this is
okay. About a minute.
About
a minute. Let's see.
And validity. So they'd say something. They'd believe the conclusion is true. So automatically for them the argument is valid, but that's not correct. You can have an argument whose premises are false and whose conclusion is true, and it's perfectly valid. Validity means, and this is what Aristotle says, and which all logicians agree with, a syllogism, that's the Greek word for an argument, is discourse in which certain things being stated, i.e. that's the premises, something other than what is stated follows of necessity from their being so, i.e. from the premises being so. And he adds, from their being so, I mean, they produce the consequence. Or the consequence, or the conclusion follows from the premise. So it's key to an argument that the conclusion must follow from the premises, even if the premises are false.
This last statement is not true. This is not what Aristotle wrote.
This bit, or what he's about to say now. This.
He said that that if even the premise is false, the conclusion is true.
Yeah.
This is not in Aristotle quotation.
Right.
Aristotle's quotation ending is that this is inevitable conclusion. It means that if the premises are can you put again this text for me, please?
The other one, the earlier one.
Yes, this previous one, yes. Yeah. So follows of necessity from their being so.
Yeah.
And require and by this that no further term is required from without in order to make the consequence necessary. So it means that this conclusion is also necessary. If you have necessary premises that must be,
yeah.
So the conclusion is also categorical, that it must be, not might be or maybe, it must be.
Yeah,
This is
from
what
there
Aristotle
being
said.
so, right?
Yes, and he never said that you can draw true conclusion from false premises. This was Bebe's addition.
Yeah, he said like in that there it says from necessity, from their being so, by from their being so.
Yes, so
right, so they have to be so, not so, right? Because he's trying to imply that you can have not so, isn't he?
Yes.
In the premise,
not necessarily.
Yeah.
So not necessarily so. That will be his argument against the perpendicular lines. If you will listen closely, that's why he is misrepresenting Aristotle definition of syllogism.
Yeah.
Here.
Well spotted. Hear that, Betty? I hope you're going over this. What'd you say?
So
come back to us.
It's key to an argument that the conclusion must follow from the premises, even if the premises are false.
Wrong.
Yeah.
So,
false.
Quite obviously, I showed that argument. I showed that argument to a couple of colleagues, and one of them immediately says, "Well, it's obviously false because it commits the fallacy of four terms." It may not be obvious. Now, this is why I put the two.
Four terms.
Yes, he is accusing this argument of there are too many predicaments. So because you need three to link three sentences, and he's saying that there are four. Therefore, it is invalid because according to Aristotle definition of syllogism, you have to have only three, and always three, and not more than three.
Okay. Well, let's see how he does
terms
that.
in red.
Looks
So
like there's only
premise one has
there.
two terms. The first is the one perpendicular to the same plane. Second is parallel to each other. So that's two terms in the first premise. In the second premise, all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane. Now, if you look carefully, in fact, if you not really that carefully, you'll see the first red term is perpendiculars to the same plane. The word same occurs there. In premise two, you've got perpendiculars to a horizontal plane or to some horizontal plane. You see they're different, right? Is that obvious to everyone?
Why are they different?
Yes, because we think normally that if perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel, it means that we implicitly think that we can draw any plane, and all perpendiculars will be parallel to each other on this same plane, but we can produce any infinite number of planes, and he is now denying that because of using word same. So now he is accusing that this argument that if you are talking about same, it means that you are not talking about all. This is the crux point of his argument against this argument.
Yeah. I'm not too sure where he's trying to go there. I think he's trying to confuse the Globers with that.
Also, I think also because he's confusing everyone because no, I think that that's why I heard that, and I was curious how he will resolve this thing, because for me this is obvious statement that if we have that perpendiculars can be perpendicular to only one plane at a time. But it doesn't mean that you can produce a limited number of planes. But he is implying that you can produce only limited numbers of plane, and horizontal plane doesn't belong to that collection. This is his argument.
It's a bit of a stretch. All I would say by looking at this is, first off, you make a statement, a geometric statement, right? All perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other, right? That's provable geometric, right? The second one just orientates that plane in a horizontal position and then states that the perpendiculars will have that relationship of horizontal and vertical. I mean, it's a very simple statement geometrically to make. As Saragaki did, he just made statements early on. Remember, it's Beddy that's made the formulation of these statements into this form. This is all Beddy's work. This.
Yep. I know, but this is far-fetched argumentation, of course, but. He is relying on this word same only, solely.
Yeah, well, I mean, that makes sense because perpendiculars to that same plane, you could put another plane anywhere, right? And the relationship wouldn't have to be perpendicular to either of those two planes. That's why the same plane is in there, because you can't have perpendiculars to any random plane being perpendicular to a different plane, right? It just doesn't work. It's a clarifier of what exactly you're talking about, the geometric.
Yes, this is clear for us, and I think for everyone who is normally thinking. But he is making argument against with this word same. You will see.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. Let's go.
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi, George.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees it's blindingly obvious. I'm asking that because it took me an awful long time to convince some of them that these terms really are different. They don't generally have an eye for detail, in my view.
I have a question there.
Wow, did he just get a blank silence?
I think that nobody understood what he was the hell talking about.
Yeah, where he's trying to go with his obfuscation, because he's narrowing his path down here, really, isn't he? And I'm not too sure that they've spotted it. I invite Beddy to come over here and have a conversation about this. It's pretty obvious that you can't have that conversation anywhere else. It may be challenging over here, but it's better than whatever you did over there then.
Yeah, go ahead.
That the argument is valid doesn't mean that it's well formed. I mean, in this example, the premises is not well formed in somehow, or.
Well, it depends, Genesis. What do you mean by well formed? I mean, they're perfectly grammatically and logically formed. So the premise 1 is a perfectly well formed proposition, and so is premise 2. So it's well formed in that sense. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, but maybe you will explain that later.
I will explain. It doesn't.
Okay.
All the three propositions, the two premises and the conclusion, are well formed in a logical sense. So they've got the quantify all, They got each proposition has two terms. So it's well formed in that sense. It's not well formed in that it doesn't have what's called a valid form, but I'll come to that.
Okay.
Bebby, you told me you were doing this at 9 p.m. and it's now not 9 p.m.
I know. There's a story behind that. I said 2000 UTC, which is 2100 BST, but it all went horribly wrong. But let's not dwell on that.
Okay, well, I'll have to come back. I'm in the middle of eating. Yeah, you told me 9 p.m. UK time, which is.
It was my mistake, Rumpus. Okay.
Look at it.
Okay.
That's amazing. This.
Well, I'm just. Okay, unfortunately,
don't worry about it, Rumpus.
You made me wait for this long, and this is the bullshit you bring. Baby, explain yourself. I am the Rumpus.
I'm still eating. Now, when Beddy came over here and did his presentation, it was uninterrupted. He's been interrupted quite a few times for irrelevant things. Must be a nightmare trying to do a presentation over there at Blues.
Eat your supper.
Oh, I'm annoyed. Okay, I'll be back later.
Have a glass of beer and then come back. Only one glass. Where was I? Yeah, the fallacy of 4 terms. There are actually 4 terms in the proposition, but a valid syllogism must at least contain three and only 3 terms. So with fewer than 3, with only 2 terms, well, you've only got 1 proposition, so there's no syllogism at all. With more than 3, there's no so-called middle term to connect the terms of the conclusion with each other. Here's an example. I think it's always hard, sort of arguments with lots of words in them, to see what's going on. Let's have a slightly shorter argument. So from this, from reptiles are vertebrates and iguanas are lizards, nothing at all follows. You have to add a third premise, lizards are reptiles. Then you'll find iguanas are lizards, all lizards are reptiles, so iguanas must be reptiles, and all reptiles are vertebrates, so all iguanas are vertebrates. If you add that third premise, if you don't, then nothing follows. And that's the 4-term fallacy. An argument with 4 terms cannot have a so-called.
He's so bad at this.
Where's the 4 terms in?
Again.
Yes, because he is treating this 2 sentences. If you bring this screen, previous screen, his previous screen, on the screen, I will explain what he meant. Perpendiculars to the same plane, and the third sentence, perpendiculars to a horizontal plane, we treat as the same. We are identifying them first and third as the same, and he does not. He is treating this as separate sentence meaning something else.
Oh, right. Okay.
So that's how he created this fourth term. Because we think this is the same, and horizontal plane is not the same plane. That's why you have told that this is the same. We understand that. You said that, Beth. No, not in his logic. Not in his logic.
Right. I get that. So in order for him to be able to have this fallacy, he's just not putting those 2 together within the logical form.
Yes, because there are different words, therefore there are different arguments.
Mm-hmm.
So he is excluding same plane. This is another story, and horizontal plane, because this is not same plane, but something other plane which doesn't belong to this collection of flat planes. This is special pleading fallacy, classical.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Slightly shorter argument. So from this, from reptiles are vertebrates and iguanas are lizards, nothing at all follows. you have to add the premise, a third premise: lizards are reptiles. Then you'll find iguanas are lizards. All lizards are reptiles, so iguanas must be reptiles, and all reptiles are vertebrates, so all iguanas are vertebrates. If you add that third premise, if you don't, then nothing follows. And that's the four-term fallacy. An argument with four terms cannot have a so-called term. Is that obvious? Again,
it is now. Yeah.
Oh.
To me.
It is
yes,
obvious.
They have no clue what he is talking about.
Oh yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, oh, come on, guys. Ugh. Do you reckon they'd be able to explain that without Betty being there?
Not a chance in hell.
Makes sense.
Makes
I'm
sense.
a bit slow, but it will come soon, I think.
Okay. And I dropped a very. They really just didn't understand what was going on with that presentation. I gave a presentation last week, and the whole idea was to give them enough sort of information about sort of ordinary logic to see that argument, the Saragaki argument, was just not valid.
As he called it, the Saragaki argument.
Betty,
his own
your
argument.
presentation was on Aristotle's logic, not Saragaki's argument.
Or was it? Or did he? Was he deceiving everybody?
Yeah.
And by the way, as a presenter and a trainer in my career in the past, I can tell you that if people aren't quote getting it, it's probably not the audience. It's probably the presenter and or the presentation material. That is just a fact.
Yeah. Now you say that, I was struggling last week. I think I said multiple times. I don't know what he was trying to do. Aristotle's logic, Aristotelian logic, Aristotelian logic. I mean, who knows? The lines were getting blurred, right?
Yeah.
Now it appears that he wasn't even trying to do that. He was trying
none of that.
convolute some sort of way to have a go at Saragaki's his misunderstanding of Saragaki's statements.
Yep. No definition of terms, no being clear about what you're talking about. And in the end, you go on another show to say, basically, you're taking apart Saragaki's argument, which isn't Saragaki's argument.
Yeah. Yeah, he's his own formulation
Fabulous.
of what he imagines Saragaki wanted to say, but got it wrong. And now he's taking apart the bits that he's got wrong himself in his own interpretation of something. A true logician. A true globe logician. Well done, Betty.
Getting a little. Let me just say this in case. And I'm sure Bebby's going to listen to this. This is getting awfully close to sophistry, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
This whole thing taken as a whole is getting very close to sophistry. And we will go through sophistical refutations from the Orgonaut at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where we're going to go. But we just try and lay the foundations, right? I mean, that's all we're trying to do. Before we get to the sophistical refutations, we need to be able to have the founding, to be able to see these and to relate them to what is true and what isn't true. And it seems like somebody's tried to blur the lines of what is logic and what isn't logic. And I'm with Kevin. This is getting very close to sophistry, but I mean, he's doing it to the Globers and they bought it. They just signed that card and said, yeah, I'll accept that. Yeah, dead clear that, Betty. That's handing over a paralogism to them straight away. And they've said, thank you very much.
Syllogism must have a middle term. You must have one term that's common to both premises and which disappears when you move to the conclusion. I gave you an example there. They just went down a big rabbit hole. They saw the word horizontal, and then that sort of awesome to chat about all kinds of things, but
every horizontal is straight. Hint
this is his
not,
example. This is good example.
hint not taken. Right? This is him, again, releasing some of the information that he's tried to give us. Right? A hint about this.
A logician and a trainer or a teacher and a presenter does not deal in hints.
Yeah. He should have
Again,
just
that's
said
sophistry. Yeah. That's getting close to sophistry. A person who is honest says, this is what I'm going to be talking about. This is what I'm going to be teaching or training. And here's the presentation material. I don't need to give you a hint. If you don't understand something, it's either because I didn't explain it right or the materials aren't correct. One or the other, because your audience you have to consider your audience just a vessel there for you to fill with whatever you're training or teaching. So if they are not getting it, there's no hints to be dropped.
Well done. Betty's in the chat. This is your argument, Betty. You brought it here. You wrote it down. Come on. Be honest with yourself. You brought it in Betty's logic. You titled your presentation Betty's logic, and you put this at the end of it. Yours, Betty. That's it. Hell, get real. Right now, he says, as some hint, every horizontal is straight. Who said that? I mean, that's fucking obvious, isn't it? I can't remember ever having that as a statement. Me, personally. Again, Betty, this is yours. You've hinted at something that is yours. But, I mean, we'll take it. Let's go with it. Every horizontal is straight. Every parallel to the horizon is horizontal. Therefore, every parallel to the horizon is straight. Does he say that's good? He's not managed.
This is correctly produced syllogism.
Yeah. Okay, so that's valid, is it then?
It is valid if, of course, in the manner that premise one, this is first sentence, premise two is second. So you can say if every horizontal is straight,
yeah,
and if every parallel to the horizon is horizontal, therefore every parallel to the horizon is straight.
Yeah, that's good. So if you add in the if and then, like we did to the other one, then it's good. Like it works, right?
Yes, well, but it has to share predicament, something which is linking between first premise and conclusion.
Yeah, like we had before with the horizon, with the horizontals being a horizontal plane, not just any plane. Yeah, just reordering. There you go. So the argument is good. I mean, I can't believe he's managed to get over there and say once again to the globe massive that the horizon is straight. It's good. You've gone
sort
over
of
there.
by implication, right? That verticals are parallel in his own argument earlier.
Yeah.
That he's going to say is invalid now.
So that means all perpendiculars to that horizontal would be parallel? I mean, there's many different things you can imply, but very brave of you to say that over there, Betty.
For example, that horizontal plane is a plane?
Yeah.
Not curved?
Yeah, well, if it's parallel, horizontal, and horizontals are straight, and everybody knows that parallels are straight, then, I mean, you can imply all sorts of things from that. Nice.
And I dropped a hint elsewhere, but they didn't get it, and then they started shouting at me and calling me rude names, so that was that.
So, hey, is this still Logic Night?
Yeah, we're going over Betty's thing.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I caught you guys. I just needed to say, is Kevin here?
Yeah.
Kevin. You all right, Kevin?
Yeah, you're sort of in the middle of a video here we're going over.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got here. I'll shut up.
So I will just rewind that bit there. Listen.
I dropped a hint elsewhere, but they didn't get it, and then they started shouting at me and calling me rude names, so that was it.
So when did people start shouting at Betty? Can anybody remember anybody shouting at Betty and calling him rude names?
I didn't notice anything.
No, we didn't shout at him. He said thank you for us being civil. He thanked us for it. There was no shouting at him or calling him rude names. Clip it, as if you will, for us, Betty, and let us know where that was.
So let's try and fix the argument. Now here, I've done this before, that server. If I sort of show one of their arguments is not right, and then try and fix it, they say, "Oh, that's a straw man. We never gave that argument." Well, okay, this time I'm fixing it by changing perpendiculars to the same plane to perpendicular.
Somebody's put here at the bottom in the comments. Still shocked that a logician thinks logic is a science. To be honest. They don't think logic is the science of reasoning. They think they can own science, don't they? These people. Globers. They're taking hold of science. Interesting, that.
Is to a horizontal plane. So you do have a middle term now. So premise 1, all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are parallel to each other. Premise 2, all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are vertical. So you've got the middle term, perpendicular to a horizontal plane, occurring twice and disappearing in the conclusion. So I fixed the problem of no middle term. And to avoid the criticism, this is a straw man, that it wasn't their argument. Well, actually, it is their argument, because I got a second screenshot, which I've hidden away somewhere. Saragaki gives a number of versions of his argument, and he's given this version as well. So there's no straw man objection here.
Right, so Saragaki has given this very statement, but he chose to pick one that was just a geometric statement at the beginning that he's linked into this. I mean, what?
I also like how he says he has given many different versions of this argument, right? Yeah. While all he's done all this time is, ask me to confirm statements, and I've written it differently to hammer the point back to him that he is missing every time. That's what's actually gone on, just me making statements at him. These aren't arguments at all that I've formed in any sort of way. This is just Bebby concocting something yet again.
Yeah. And again, all of these statements are true, and he's just managed to put some together that actually came together, right? He's picked a few from somewhere, but I mean, I like his way he said he's fixed it, right?
Yeah,
again, he's got away with saying that all verticals are parallel right in the heart of globe territory.
But he is using, I think this is Stroman, this fallacy of illicit minor, because in this he assumes that all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane they are not the same that that they are vertical. That it doesn't follow necessarily from the first sentence, but it does. But for him, no, it is fallacy of illicit minor, and he is using example, as you will see, of inverting subject with predicament. You will see in the second.
Well, I can't see anything wrong with that. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are parallel to each other. Yeah, all perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other. So orientate that plane horizontally. Yeah, they're still parallel to each other. It doesn't matter what orientation perpendiculars to a plane. Doesn't matter what orientation the plane is. Doesn't matter what orientation the perpendiculars are. If you're just talking about the plane, it's a geometric relationship, definitional truth. But it's only definitional upon the fact that we already have an understanding on what perpendiculars are from earlier in the geometric term.
He is trying to exclude horizontal plane from other planes. This is, as I said, special pleading fallacy.
Yeah. Well, because the globe model doesn't actually have any horizontal planes, so it must be hard for him to talk about this stuff over there. Must be difficult.
And then let me ask, what is that argument valid as well? Well, no, it's not. It's called the fallacy of illicit minor. And again, it's easier to see if you have a simpler example. So here's the fallacy. All cats are fish lovers. All cats are animals. Therefore, all animals are fish lovers.
What? He's equating that to a geometric statement about perpendiculars to a plane. Very brave. Very brave.
Now, can you see why the conclusion, which may or may not be true, why doesn't that follow?
Well, for a start, not all animals are cats.
That is correct. All cats are animals, but not all animals are cats.
All animals are correct. So you can't say all animals are fish lovers just because cats are.
Correct. That's it. Yes. Well, I kind of given a clue in the fourth bullet point. Yeah, it's a fallacy because fish lovers may not be true of all animals. Some animals may.
Now I see it. Good example, yeah?
It certainly is. It's not actually my example, but it's a textbook example. I'm not a cat, but I am an animal. Because all humans are animals.
Yes.
But I don't like fish. Actually, I did have a fish the other night, but there was nothing else on the menu.
It fails on so many levels, really, doesn't it? It's just you just look at it and go, well, that's just wrong.
It is so wrong. It was actually a very nice fish. It was a sea bass, which is great. So I'm changing the subject, but yeah, it's totally wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry, was that somebody?
No, it's me just agreeing.
It's you agreeing. That's great. Great to have a bunch of people who agree.
Very nice wine. Wish I had some fish to go with it now.
You're having a glass of wine?
Yes, well, I'd been shopping and I bought a couple of bottles of wine I hadn't tried, and I thought, I've got one in the fridge. It's been one of those days. Let's have half a glass of wine. And
oh, that's so nice. Well, I'm going on a Wednesday.
I'm now going to have. I'm going to have to be very strict with myself because I've got to drive into Croydon tomorrow morning.
Guys.
So this is the only glass I'm going to allow myself, and it really is very nice.
Fabulous. What kind of wine?
It's a Sauvignon Blanc, and it's the ones they advertise here as coming from the Devil's Cellar. What the hell's it called?
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. But it's. I thought, oh, I'll give it a go. Yes, I should be buying some more bottles of that. Let's put it that way.
So you're drinking wine from the devil.
That's the one. I can't. Do you know? I can't remember what it's bloody called. I've only just pulled it out of the bottle. And I can't remember what it's called.
Fix that syllogism there. So all animals are cats. All cats are fish lovers. Therefore, all animals are fish lovers. Obviously, it's false that all animals are cats. But logic doesn't care. Logic really doesn't mind if any of the premises are false. It's just worried whether the conclusion follows. So let's try that same trick with the Saragaki argument.
Trick?
The Saragaki argument. I'm telling you, he's labeled it.
I mean, there's the tell right there.
Yeah, he's just done a trick.
Yeah, I've done a trick with a thing that I've called the Saragaki argument, which I made up myself.
Yeah.
So I've created a faulty, malformed syllogism, and I've refuted the malformed syllogism that I'm now going to attribute to Saragaki, and you're all going to give me praise for this. I mean, I'm literally sitting in the same spot in my car the last time I called him a fucking fraud. Why do I have to do this again, Betty? Why do I have to call you a fraud again?
But look what he's doing. Like he's equating the fish lover thing, right? With this. Now he's about to try the trick that he's just done with the fish loving animals.
It doesn't translate into this geometrical example.
It can't.
Itself, this example with cats and fish are perfectly valid within themselves.
Yeah,
it's correct, because you cannot say that dogs are animals, and you cannot revert this sentence into animals are dogs, because this is invalid. Because not animals are dogs, but he is applying this into this statement, geometrical statement, and in this geometrical statement, this is not valid, because if you are talking about same plane and horizontal plane, they are not excluding themselves. He's creating false dichotomy between same plane and horizontal.
No, he's using this one is horizontal plane.
Yes, but he is using.
He's not using same here.
No, that's the point Paper is making. He's using same. He's interchanging them both, or as two different things. Sorry, he's excluding the two terms in his original statement, two premises. While here he's equating the two. They're both the same here.
Yeah, he's changed it, right? He's changed this to horizontal plane are parallel to each other, and now he's trying that trick that he's just done by bringing in some textbook example of something that doesn't equate to this now.
Yes, because now we have in first sentence all perpendicular to a horizontal plane, and previously it was not fixed, was all perpendicular to the same
plane. Yeah.
Yes. So now his fix is curing this invalidity, but only when we assume that the same plane wasn't the same and couldn't be the same as horizontal, and we know that it could be, because we can create infinite number of planes, and one of them can be horizontal, but he's making exclusion, and the same plane cannot be horizontal. And this is false. This is false dichotomy, because never mind. This is false dichotomy.
Did you want to come in there, Saragaki?
No, I was just going to basically reiterate, I guess, Paper's point that, in the bracket of plane earlier, a plane, he has excluded horizontal as a description of either of those planes, right?
Yeah.
There are no horizontal planes in the model. So, yeah.
Yeah, let's see
That's
where
why-
he goes. Go on.
And we get all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are parallel to each other. Yeah. All verticals are perpendicular to a horizontal plane, right? We've got middle premise distributed. Therefore, all verticals are parallel to one another. So that is perfectly valid. It is as absolutely valid as you can get. It's the first of the Aristotelian valid forms. Aristotle gives a whole long list of sort of arguments which are valid, and all logicians have pretty much followed him in that sense, since. And that's what I was saying earlier. You know, logic is almost like 2 + 2 = 4. We've got this list of valid arguments. If you put any argument you like together, and you substitute some term like cat or perpendicular for the ABC type terms, then you'll get, as long as you've instantiated the valid form, you will have a valid argument. It's a great tool because you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. You've just got a list of things, a list of forms which are valid. You just substitute it, and then, you know, well, whatever those terms mean, you've got a valid argument. However, it's valid, but is it sound? Are the premises true? And here's the problem. It's premise number 1. You've changed all perpendiculars to the same horizontal plane to all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane. Now, if we'd said all perpendiculars to the same horizontal plane, a parallel, that's perfectly correct. That follows from Euclid. It is a geometrical truth, but once you change the same to a or to some, you've no longer got the same proposition because it doesn't specify whether the...
Did he say some?
Yes.
He
Now
adds a and added some in there. Right?
Yes, because he needs multiple horizontals.
Yeah, now
That's why he's doing that. Because
that is sophistry, Betty.
that is begging the question, because he presumes or pre-assumes that there are multiple horizontal planes. This is another fallacy. So he is fixing his problem with another fallacy, because he assumes that there are multiple horizontal lines or planes.
Now, I see what he's doing here is he said he's just trying to say to the same horizontal plane, which was what we said at the beginning. He's changed that to a, and then he's going to take that one step further and put some in there, not a particular, that horizontal plane. He's saying some, which nobody here has ever said within the geometric statement. No one ever, apart from Eddie.
Yes, because why some? Because some in logic square is opposition and contradiction to all.
Mm-hmm.
If you say some, you cannot say all. Therefore, not all horizontal will have verticals.
Yeah.
That is where he is going to.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty obvious that. Caught him straight away. The ballers should have caught him there as well. He's injected the word some, and he's about to do it here.
That's what I was saying earlier. You know, logic is almost like 2 + 2 = 4. We've got this list of valid arguments. If you put any argument you like together, and you substitute some term like cat or perpendicular for the ABC type terms, then you'll get, as long as you've instantiated the valid form, you will have a valid argument. It's a great tool because you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. You've just got a list of things, a list of forms which are valid. You just substitute it, and then, you know, well, whatever those terms mean, you've got a valid argument. However, it's valid, but is it sound? Are the premises true? And here's the problem.
It is.
It's premise number 1. You've changed all all perpendiculars to the same horizontal plane to all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane. Now, if we'd said all perpendiculars to the same horizontal plane, a parallel, that's perfectly correct. That follows from Euclid. It's a geometrical truth, but once you change the same to or to some.
There you go. A or some. Betty's just put in the chat. In logic, a and some are equivalent.
Yep. But
a specific and some group are not the same, are they? Are equivalent. A is a singular and some is some. How are they equivalent? Does it make sense to say that one thing is equivalent to many things? Not to me.
Only if it belongs to the same group, you can say that. But so you cannot use dichotomy then. So you cannot this exclusion, and he's trying to do that. But in comparison to the previous screen, this previous was too good. You cannot prove the globe or try to prove the globe. That this is fixed to too good argument. That was too good that now he's trying to spoil that to fit the globe narrative.
Yeah. I'd like to point out, Betty, we're not talking about what things say in a textbook. I'm talking about the logicness of talking about a and some. They're not the same. If you want to be able to have that as the same to you, then go ahead. But we're talking about a is not the same as some. They're not equivalent. Not in this logic that we're talking about. When Saragaki made the statements earlier, when he said a horizontal plane or horizontal planes, he didn't mean some. All, I think we do, don't we? Whenever we say this, all perpendiculars to all horizontal planes. That's what I'd say. So you may have just picked the wrong words there, buddy.
No, I think because if you say, this is the trick, because if you say all perpendiculars to all planes, it means that there are some perpendiculars to different planes at the same time. That would be fallacy. That's why I suggested Sarugaki to rephrase this first sentence to be correct and to get rid of this false dichotomy. And I proposed to say all perpendiculars to every given one plane. And I think that that would resolve the problem once and for all. Instead, some, every given one. I am not sure if that will fix the problem, but I hope. Instead of some, every given one.
Right, well, that's why when we said at the beginning, right, all perpendiculars to the same plane will be parallel, right? That's a geometric statement.
Yes, yes.
Obviously true. Definitional, right? Now, when you relate that to horizontal, then you could say all perpendiculars to any horizontal plane or every horizontal plane will be vertical. That's a geometric statement. Now, you can't say the same of all planes, because that doesn't have the qualifier. That's why we said the same plane with the geometric term. But adding horizontal to the plane orientates the plane such that you can say every horizontal plane perpendicular to every horizontal plane will be vertical. Quite simply, I would. And I don't know why Beddy's trying to say this.
If every is only one, so this is not a problem. You can say that you have collection of one item inside. Does this not make great sense? But this is not very contradictory. You can't say that all verticals are perpendicular to all horizon planes if we know that there is only one. But this is not good argument.
I've not said horizontal planes.
Yes, because you assume that they might be many of them. This is wrong.
There are multiple horizontal planes.
Yes, but definitely. I mean not parallel to each other.
No, they are parallel to each other. That's why you can conclusively say all perpendiculars to all horizontal planes will be vertical.
In that meaning, yes, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I would say a vertical here, right where I am, will still be perpendicular to a horizontal plane wherever you are. You just extend the horizontal plane big enough and it will be perpendicular to a vertical. That's the geometric ability that you have with planes and perpendiculars. That was the idea of us, Betty. I hope you're listening. That was the idea of us putting a geometric statement at the beginning and then adding the orientation of reality second.
Yeah, but Betty was trying to twist this into an ambiguous statement that some excludes horizontal. I think that this was his goal.
Yeah, they're saying it in the chat here now. They say horizontal planes are not all parallel. That's been a statement made in our chat now by Bebby's mates.
But this is empty preassumption, exactly like in Dodo paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume that dodos don't exist, and then we state that every dodo is a bird. This is the same. This is the same. You cannot assume that. This is begging the question. This is begging the question fallacy. If Betty is writing that you pre-assume that horizontals are not parallel, this is pre-assumption. This is begging the question fallacy.
Nice. Let's see where Betty goes.
No longer got the same proposition because it doesn't specify whether the perpendiculars are perpendicular to the same plane or not. And let's suppose perpendicular number 1, choose any one you like. I mean, it happens to be a horizontal plane in London. Perpendicular number 2 is parallel to a horizontal plane in New York. So they're both parallel to a horizontal plane. But if the horizontals are not parallel to each other, because there's nothing in our argument that says that they are, neither are the perpendiculars, geometrically speaking.
Wow, Betty.
The question because nothing is established about if they are parallel or not. No, it is established.
Well, Betty, if we assume all horizontal, this is what he says. This is Betty saying this. If we assume that all horizontals are parallel, then we can prove that all horizontals are parallel. No. If we can say that 2 points can both be horizontal and the line connecting those 2 points, the straight line connecting those 2 points, if we could say that that line is horizontal, then we can prove geometrically that all horizontals are parallel. Fact. You can do that geometrically. So, anytime you guys want to prove that horizontals aren't parallel, let's go. So I've got a few proofs ready and waiting. Let's go.
And that's been the fallacy in Bev's argument from day one.
That's been the fallacy in day one. He has assumed there is just one horizontal in the whole universe. But
No. I think I've said tonight there are multiple horizontal planes. Multiple of them. But I would go ahead with the fact that there is only one orientation of horizontal. Horizontal only has one orientation. Not multiple. Not every orientation. Just one. But there are multiple horizontal planes. They are all parallel. Anyone want to disagree?
I don't.
No.
The fact that you've said over and over again that all horizontals are parallel indicates that you don't think there's one horizontal.
Yeah.
Is he retarded?
Yeah. When I say all horizontals are parallel, all signifies more than one, right? You can't have all of one. Betty, what are you talking about? Why would you assume that? I'll have to play that back again, because that is, again, Betty being sophist.
geometrically speaking.
And that's been the fallacy in Bev's argument from day one.
That's been the fallacy in day one. He has assumed there is just one horizontal in the whole universe. But there could be many. I'm not, magicians don't.
Could be many, says Betty.
Don't worry whether there are or there aren't. They're just that they're pointing out that, yeah, if there's nothing in your argument that tells you that all horizontals are parallel, then you can't, you have to assume it. You can't conclude it.
I have to stop that there. Blue Marble Science has just wrote something in the chat. He says, he's talking about himself. We don't have to prove horizontals aren't parallel. You have to prove they are. And you can't do that with geometry. Duh.
No, the burden of proof is on him, not on you.
Well, no, he says you can't prove that all horizontals are parallel with geometry. Why not? The only way you can prove that all horizontals are parallel, I would say, is through the perpendicularity and geometry. Of course you can prove it like that. I'll show you. Get ready. But you best have a good counter to it, Betty, and Blue, rather than just, nah, horizontal slope. I mean, Blue, you have said you've got a proof that level isn't horizontal. I hope that proof also shows that horizontals aren't parallel. Be interesting. Game on, Blue.
Okay, Bev or somebody objects. You'll object that the horizontal plane in London must be parallel to the horizontal plane in New York because all horizontals are parallel to each other.
True.
That doesn't work. Either all horizontals are parallel to each other is a necessary and self-evident truth, in which case you don't need the argument we started with, nor is it self-evident.
Well, why does he say?
In which case,
He says D. You notice that?
Yeah.
The horizontal plane here and the horizontal plane there.
Yeah.
Like there are however many horizontal planes do you want? You can have all of them. Take any amount in those locations, right? Why is it just the one he's talking about? Like they're somehow different.
He says that we don't need the argument we started with. So there is nothing about to argue.
It's just self-evident then, yeah.
Look at them
Inherent in
going with
nature.
the horizontal paradox. The globe horizontal paradox. It turns them crazy. Look at them in the chat. They're all going at it. Horizontal. The globe horizontal paradox. Well done, guys. Keep going.
It's false. It was objected to me last week quite vehemently and with sort of some quite rude words that it's definitional. Vertical, they'll say vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. And notice they will omit the words every or some or all.
Who? No. Every vertical plane is perpendicular to horizontal planes. Lines, vertical lines, perpendicular to horizontal lines. All horizontal planes will be perpendicular to every vertical line. Every vertical plane will be perpendicular to every horizontal. That's the way geometry works. It's very easy to be able to prove that. But I think you'd be a bit silly to go against the perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal. Every vertical and horizontal. Without exception, Betty. I hope you're listening.
Just say vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah, but you need to put the quantifiers in.
Every
vertical is perpendicular to some horizontal. True, right? Every horizontal is perpendicular to some vertical. Yeah, right. But it's not at all obvious that every vertical is perpendicular to every horizontal.
Again, he's doing that false dichotomy. He will explain this in this example of cats. Now this will be another example, which is rather not good translation to this example, but he will bring this up.
Okay.
That's why I insist on the use of quantifiers, which they are sort of slowly coming to agree with. And yeah, and likewise, it's definitional that every husband is married to some wife, yes, clearly, and every wife is married to some husband. It's patently false that every husband is married to every wife. Their argument is like saying husband married to wife. Well, what does that mean? What does husband married to wife mean?
Why does he do this?
Because he needs to beg the question. This is begging the question.
Yeah,
And
but why does he have to misrepresent us? I'm pretty sure that I've said all horizontal planes are parallel to each other. That's one of the conclusion we came to with T-shirt logic.
Yes, but he is trying to make such an argument that would be not reversible. And
yeah, but he's misrepresenting what we say quite blatantly.
Yes, yes, but he's doing this job to make an agreement between geometry and globe model. So that's why he's doing this. But he has to fall into fallacies. Has to.
Yeah, and being dishonest. I would go with the saying now, right? He's definitely doing sophistry. He's misrepresenting what we argue about and then trying to say that we don't say what we do say.
I think that he is on this stage, maybe, that he is doing sophistry, but he thinks that this is not sophistry, that this is legit logic. Maybe modern logic and sophistry is so close that it is undistinguishable.
Yeah, they blurred the lines between paralogisms and sophistry. Paralosophistry. He's trying sophistry with his paralogisms.
I'd say this is sophistry, but some people don't recognize it as sophistry because modern logic is so close to sophistry that you cannot distinguish.
Yeah, because globe, right? It has to be. He has to employ this sophistry because his model relies on it.
You've got to say some husband is married to some wife, or every husband's married to some wife, something like that.
What's it got to do with husbands and wives? Just stick to the geometry, the facts. Nobody's made about husbands and wives. It's confusing. The form of the argument he's trying to go into it, obviously, by changing the argument, talking about the form.
Because if you have different horizontal, I mean, not parallel to each other, therefore, you have only one, let's say, horizontal, vertical to this, but the other is not perpendicular to this plane because this is vertical to other horizontal plane. That he is doing with this wives and husbands.
Yeah, does he? Go on.
He's arguing for a differently oriented, other than horizontally oriented horizon.
Yes, and that's why he is doing this example with wives and husbands, because the vertical who is belonging to a horizontal is not belonging to another horizontal.
And Paper's 100% correct because he's begging the question of a differently oriented horizon.
Yes,
I'm imagining there's a I'm on board. Go ahead, you go Paper. You've got this. I don't even want to jump in. You're doing great.
I said at the beginning he's begging the question. He's begging the. I don't know if he knows that he's begging the question. So he is doing these tricks with wives and husbands only for that purpose, to beg the question. Incredible for me. This is crazy because from other fallacy he's falling into another fallacy.
You've got to put the quantifiers in, but once you've done that, you get something that's obviously false. Clearly, every husband isn't married to every wife, nor is every vertical perpendicular to every horizontal.
Oh. If it's a horizontal plane and planes can be extended indefinitely, then why would vertical not be perpendicular to horizontal? Why would they not be parallel to each other? Surely he doesn't think that horizontals intersect with each other, does he?
They have to. On this globe model, they have to.
Which brings horizontal to a point. It diminishes the horizontal plane geometrically.
Yeah,
It also makes it vertical in some places.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said earlier tonight, right? That instantly makes it so that vertical can be both perpendicular to horizontal and also to vertical, as in vertical perpendicular to vertical
No,
at the same time.
They're only perpendicular at a point, which is ridiculous because you do away with the straight lines at that point. You need 2 points for a line. You need 3 points for a plane, supposedly. So you have to do away with horizontal planes. There you go. The globe horizontal paradox expressed in the sophistry of Beddy. He's trying his hardest to get away from it. Geometric proof is all we ask for. What does a horizontal look like on the globe model?
They will perhaps say, well, it's self-evidently true that horizontals are parallel to each other. Well, for a start, if it's self-evident, why do you even need an argument to prove
He
that?
said that, didn't he?
Why do you need an argument to prove that horizontals are parallel? You don't. You just make a logical statement like we did. If all horizontals are parallel. Oh, no. If horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. It's the straight line being parallel to another straight line. They're parallel to each other. It's a geometric statement. Nobody's refuted it yet. They just want to say not all. Hex has just put here in as well. Any plane is horizontal at some point. Any plane is horizontal at some point. So a vertical plane is horizontal at some point. What the fuck does that mean?
So now we have verticals to a point, and now we have horizontals to the point.
Yeah, that's what you have to.
I think this is only one point when these two are intersecting. So we have one point which is vertical and horizontal at the same time. One point, mathematical point, which have two properties. Being vertical and horizontal at the same time.
All points, yeah. If you take that for one, then you take that for all. All points are both horizontal and vertical at the same time.
Yes, because you have infinite number of these points on the globe.
Yeah. The globe horizontal paradox explained by the flappings of a logician, a globe logician, and his cohorts. Hex, obviously one of Beddy's mates. Blue's coming in here. Horizontal plane makes no sense, says Hex. Wow. Keeping an eye on this chat.
Sort of say it and say, well, it's kind of obvious, but it's not self-evident. You have to define horizontal and vertical somehow. Suppose we define it, as we should, as a plane perpendicular to some plumb line. then all horizontals are parallel to each other is true if and only if all plumb lines are parallel to each other. But that, there's more than one plumb line, more than one. As soon as you hang a lead weight from a bit of string, you have a plumb line. You can have 2, 3, or hundreds or millions of them. They're all different. Why does it follow automatically that they're parallel to each other? That fact has to be determined by observation. And just to close any loophole, I've proved that 2 of the arguments they've given cannot be fixed. There can be no logical argument that proves that all horizontals are parallel to one another, or that all horizontals are parallel to all verticals.
Put that again.
Suppose we define it, as we should, as a plane perpendicular to some plumb line. Then all horizontals are parallel to each other is true if and only if all plumb lines are parallel to each other. But that, there's more than one plumb line, more than one. As soon as you hang a lead weight from a bit of string, you have a plumb line. You can have 2, 3, or hundreds or millions of them. They're all different. Why does it follow automatically that they're parallel to each other? That fact has to be determined by observation.
Mark Tin says down here, keeping an eye on all of these now. Horizontal plane is problematic.
Yes, for them it is. And plumb lines also, because what Bebby is saying, that he is reversing burden of proof, because we don't need to prove that all verticals are parallel to each other, because it follows from geometry.
Mm-hmm.
And flat or horizontal plane is following level. So there is nothing to prove from our side. The burden of proof is on them, and he's trying to say that this is us who need to prove something. No, they have to prove that verticals are divergent.
Yeah. We said this at the beginning when we asked ourselves, because we have to ask it. Somebody accused me of being a child abuser, and then I had to find some way to justify it for myself, to prove it to myself. How do you prove a self-evident truth? Well, you try your hardest, right? When you find out there's many different ways to prove things, then you develop proofs. Got plenty. Nobody wants to talk about them. It's a globe paralogism, the great paralogism. It means that they can't talk about it. They can't talk about horizontals because they have a paradox. Their model induces a paradox. Model-induced horizontal paradox. I don't have it. I can talk freely about horizontals and the geometric relationship around it. I can. It's pretty obvious. People don't like to talk about the geometric implications of perpendicularity. Sorry, guys.
And just to close any loophole, I've proved that 2 of the arguments they've given cannot be fixed. There can be no logical argument that proves that all horizontals are parallel to one another, or that all horizontals are parallel to all verticals.
Yes, there can be a horizontal. There can be a logical statement to prove that all horizontals are parallel to each other. You don't have to accept it, but you can definitely make a logical statement about it. Ridiculous to say you can't.
So the first version of the argument commits the fallacy of 4 terms. The second, the fallacy of illicit minor. The third is valid, but the first premise is not self-evidently true. Probably not true at all. Now, is there some other purely logical a priori argument that would work? Yeah, well, if there were exactly one plumb line, and if we define horizontal plane as a plane perpendicular to P, the plumb line, then we can construct a valid and sound argument. That observation tells us there are many different plumb lines, and it does not follow from the meaning of the term plumb line that any two plumb lines are parallel to each other. A plumb line is simply something we observe to hang in a certain direction. Well, that's obvious to me, and I'm, we're coming to a close. We sort of.
When he says a certain direction, does he mean down? And by down, does he mean every direction?
I think not, because
it's fake.
He said a second ago that there are, this is measured that they are divergent. I'm not sure, but second ago he said something about plumb lines and that there are measurements that are off being vertical, something like that. But so it follows.
What, there are plumb lines that aren't vertical? He wouldn't have said that.
Not perpendicular, not parallel to each other. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, yeah, of course he makes that statement. He says they can't be. But I mean, that's not much of an argument, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is begging the question.
Globe induced.
It was vague.
Yeah.
It was vague. He said in a certain direction. So is it downwards or
down? Certain direction is down, but his certain down direction, dictated by his model, is every direction. So you can't have a certain direction that is every direction. That's
this is
unless like you swing in the plumber, right?
No.
Right to left, left to right.
No. His model dictates that down is every direction. His model.
Yes, on Antarctica, down is up.
Relative to somewhere else, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's perspective.
No, not perspective. Geometrically on their model.
On the globe
it's perspective on the globe. If I'm on the North
No,
Pole,
it's
right?
not perspective. When you're talking geometric terms, you're not talking perspective. Perspective is how you see things.
Down for them is every direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean to the center of the, or
yes,
whatever.
The center of the globe, it assumes also gravity, which is not proven.
Yeah.
Sounds like Betty has created a new quantifier problem for himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All downs. Some downs, every down, this down, a down.
Yeah, the differing angle of down, as Rumpus states. Betty now has to deal with.
Down.
Yeah. He's the one that has a differing, he has a vague statement now.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's why he said on a certain direction. So probably he works out in his model. That's why it wasn't specific. The statement was vague, right?
Yeah, Hex has put it in the chat here. He's wrote, wherever you are, you have an absolute down. It just isn't the same as down anywhere else.
So this is not absolute. This is contradiction in terms.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
It's absolute just at one point.
Yeah, the globe induced horizontal paradox strikes again with the differing angle of down.
And
relativity again.
But Beth, you posted this definition of level. This is the same. In first example, we have contradiction, because if level is no higher or lower than the line, and after and the second definition in the same point was that it conforms to curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, well, of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
Yes, contradiction. In one sentence, there's contradiction.
Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to spot that by now, most people, I think. But the globe, to the globe model believers, it's a paralogism. They're never going to be able to see it. Betty's conflating down, which in his head he imagines as being vertical, but then at the same time his globe model tells him that vertical or down is every direction. Literally every direction, not one specific, not a universal, not an absolute, every.
Okay, I have a question. Can we say that verticals on a globe are parallel to each other?
Pardon?
Can we say that verticals, right, on a globe are parallel to each other?
No, we cannot say that on the globe.
Exactly,
well, you can't say there are any verticals on the globe.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You can say you can't say there are any horizontals on a globe. Because the same problem that occurs with a horizontal plane occurs with a vertical plane. They just don't realize it yet. The geometrical similarities can't happen on a globe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not only that, to skew one, you got to skew the other one.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's correct.
Because imagine, if you will, a vertical plane. Now, all of those verticals on that vertical plane, are they parallel?
Yes. If it is plane, yes.
Well, they can't be, can they? It's a globe. We're imagining a vertical plane on a globe.
If you're assuming a globe, no, there's not. What do you mean a plane or a globe?
You have to rotate them. This plane, you have to rotate around the globe.
You have to bend them.
Put a vertical slice through the globe model. Can you have a vertical slice through the globe model?
Vertical slice.
A vertical. Do you know what a vertical is? A vertical plane.
Yeah.
A slice, right? Now, that vertical plane, can you have a horizontal plane that is perpendicular to it?
No.
Why not? A vertical plane. Why can't you have a horizontal plane perpendicular to it?
Well, you see, on a globe.
You got the model affliction button. You got to turn off.
Yeah,
the
I
model
get that.
affliction.
I get that. No, I get. Yeah, I get the idea. Yeah. So.
Well, no, it's a contradiction, because they say that you can have a vertical plane, right? They want to have a vertical plane. They have a slice. All of the longitude lines that they have are vertical, right? Vertical planes. All of them. All of the vertical lines on a vertical plane go to the center of their ball on their model. So a vertical plane is still possible, but you can't have a perpendicular to a vertical plane being horizontal. It's not possible.
Oh.
On their model, but in reality it is. It sort of disproves the globe model, the very fact you can have vertical planes and horizontal planes. The fact that they exist means the model cannot exist. But the model is everybody's parallelism. And it's got you wondering how you can have vertical planes and horizontal planes on a globe model. Well, there's no need to do that because vertical planes and horizontal planes obviously exist. Therefore, there can't be a model. Because the model states there can't be any vertical or horizontal planes.
I get that. It's reality.
Not up to us to justify it, like paper says. The claim is being made by people like Beddy and Rumpus that down is every direction.
That's why he put in a certain direction.
Mm-hmm. Down.
Yeah.
But it's not certain if it's every. Is it? I mean, how can you have a certain direction that's every direction? Doesn't make any sense.
Discuss whether it's obvious to all of you. But I have a problem that,
Hex has just put in the chat there, horizontal planes don't actually exist. Model affliction, 101. Thank you. That's the globe model-induced horizontal paradox.
I would add that because globe doesn't exist. So on the globe they don't exist, and if model doesn't exist, so that's nice.
Yeah, and well, yeah, it works both ways, right? If globe, then no horizontal planes. If horizontal planes, then no globe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah. Just depends which one you want. Do you want horizontal planes or do you want a globe model? It's up to you.
I thought logic is obvious, and so going
have
on with
a-
logic is like.
I have a question, if I'm allowed.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a phone call here from Bev, and the previous example you never about London and New York, you never mentioned Paris. Therefore, your example is wrong.
Sorry, did you really get a call from Bev, or is that a?
I'm joking. Sorry, I'll stay quiet.
Yeah, let's discuss that later.
That's a welcome interruption.
It's false for 2, but could be true for 3. Is the objection? Is it? Well, let's come to that. But just going back to elementary logic, it's not actually that elementary. It is a difficult subject because it has lots of sort of technical terms like proposition, term, argument, syllogism, and I've taught it, and a lot of students find it challenging. But there is here, I think, an extreme Dunning-Kruger effect that. It's a bit like philosophy. A lot of people sort of go wrong with philosophy because they think it's easy. It's like sort of meditating and chanting Om slowly, but it's actually not easy, nor is logic. Unlike mathematics, mathematics is obviously hard, and people know that they're not good at mathematics. But I think people imagine logic must be easy, and then they think they're better than they actually are. I asked the guys at Next Level Server if they'd actually read any logic textbook. They said they hadn't, and they was kind of proud of it. I thought, wow. Oh yeah. So I said, but I've got lots of. I actually said hundreds, which I do. Hundreds of books on logic. Here are some of them. I collect books on the history of logic. Oh yeah, and here is.
There's a picture of a dozen books, not hundreds, about a dozen books.
Definitely his as well, right?
Definitely is, but I just want to say that's about a dozen books. He has hundreds, meaning more than meaning multiple hundreds, meaning at least 200 books on logic.
Yeah.
Betty, my buddy, take a picture of your 200 books on logic and put a post-it note on each one of them and sign your name to them. Oh, and by the way, I noticed that you said there were books on the history of logic. Do you have any books on logic itself, or just the history of it? And is that history the 20th century history, the 19th century history? Why not just read Aristotle? How about that? I'm done. Thanks.
I like that.
Aristotle is archaic. We have modern logic.
Betty logic book collector.
Yeah. Paraconsistent logic nowadays. Get with the times. 2022.
Let's say politely semi-consistent.
You guys are still on Logic 1.0. We've moved on now. It's Logic 2.0.
But wouldn't that be where the history of logic is? We only want to start at the beginning. That's what we're hopefully trying to do.
You gotta upgrade, guys. Yeah. Windows 11 is here. Get to it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those things that we've been studying. Well, I say studying logic. I've been hopefully thinking logically all my life. It's sort of the way my upbringing was. That I had to develop logical thought on my own. It was, I don't know. I just think if anybody wants to come in, Betty, if you want to come in and think that we are being fallacious about our thoughts, about what we're talking about, come in and talk to us about it. Don't go over to Blues imagining certain things. He's going to talk now about Saragaki's meme. I'm going to have to blow this one up. Right in the center, he has C, D, E, and F, which are two straight lines. And then there is a line at the bottom, AB. Now, these two lines, that's what is being said of. These lines here. And Saragaki has just got statements, logical statements about P's and Q's being perpendicular to each other. I mean, Saragaki can go over this, and no doubt we will go over these sort of statements at some point. We've already done it before, but we'll go over it again. Needs to be done. But this was just a meme that Saragaki was doing, trying to make it symmetrical and get as many geometric facts, statements as he could on the one page about all of these different things that could be said about these different lines and the relationships of one to the other through geometrical statements. Let's see what Betty's got to say about it.
That's horrible. Well, people hate it for the design. I've got no design, but this is Saragakis. He sort of disowns it now, but I'm certain it was Saragakis, and he certainly showed.
He disowns it? No, I doubt that. He'll be still here. Don't disown it.
It with sort of pride. I pointed out to him that Q there is a constant. It's not quantified. He thought it meant all Q and all P, but it doesn't. It just says Q and P. And he's saying Q perpendicular to P, therefore Q parallel to Q and P parallel to P. I pointed out that made absolutely no sense whatsoever. And
I'm not so sure whether he pointed out that it says here horizontal equals P, vertical equals Q. Why would it not make any sense when you say Q is perpendicular to P, when horizontal is P and vertical is Q? That's pure sophistry, Betty, or it's a paralogism. He just literally didn't see these things here that say horizontal P, vertical equals Q.
But there is, after first Q, in the upper side, you have a sign of perpendicularity, and on the other side you have signs of parallelism. Yes. So this is obvious. You cannot. You don't need to read all text. You have written this in signs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's the problem.
For Betty, I've not got a clue. All Q perpendicular to P, therefore Q is parallel to Q and P is parallel to P. Horizontal equals P, vertical equals Q. Why can't he see that, surely? He's meant to be a logician. But why can't he say that?
He got quite upset by that. That's Dunning-Kruger again. You know, the more ignorant you are of a subject, the more you sort of confused about whether you are ignorant or not.
Wow. Did he just say that about himself then?
Yeah, he was projecting. That was
pure projection.
Pure projection right there.
Yeah.
He admitted that he's literally just learned about this. At some point, I don't know if we've already covered it or we're about to cover it, but he learned. He's like, oh, I just learned about that. I read about that. Like I read that level isn't horizontal. He goes into a discussion about how ignorant he was of this topic, you know, a matter of months ago. And now he's some sort of amazing expert. I mean, if that isn't Dunning-Kruger and that isn't projection, I don't know what is.
I hope. Let's go.
So in summary, shape of the Earth cannot be determined by logic.
True. Nobody's ever tried to determine the shape of the Earth.
By logic alone.
Well, especially not here. Nobody here has ever tried to establish the shape of the Earth.
I know the guy. Yesterday's Jack Brodsky.
Hey.
With mathematics alone.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the university professor.
So Baby should go to him to ask him how to do that.
Therefore, only by observation. That's it. I think. Yeah.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, I think that the P and Q bit that was there at the last slide is difficult for me. I mean, I've done Boolean logic, having done a lot of electronic engineering, but this is completely and utterly alien to somebody who's done Boolean logic.
That's because Boolean logic is what's called propositional logic, whereas Aristotelian logic is syllogistic. So, I mean, Alan, were all those arguments clear? Well, you know, all cats are mammals, that sort of, all cats are animals. What was that clear?
That was very clear.
Explain.
I guess having an advantage of at least having some idea of propositional logic. What you said makes sense, and I am perfectly happy to accept it.
But it's not. It sounds like it's not self-evidently true.
Does that sound like who was that, Alan? Yeah. Does that sound like Alan has received the opinion of Betty correctly, or he's accepted the received opinion of Betty? Alan has. He's accepted it. Good for Alan.
It's just different, and I don't want to, and I'm probably sort of somewhere well on the left.
Politically or intellectually?
Is he on the left of logic?
I think that there is diverse logic.
On the left.
So we have righty logic and lefty logic.
Yeah.
Republican logic and democratic logic.
I bet you he wouldn't be able to repeat one sentence fully of what he said. If I was there, that's what I would ask him. Tell me something that he said that makes sense. The left to the left. Yeah.
I'm a bit like uncomfortable with the last slide, that summary Betty puts forward when he said the shape of the Earth cannot be determined by logic. Did you get something from that or no?
The shape of the Earth can't. Well, it's true, isn't it?
No.
Do you know anyone that has attempted to describe the shape of the Earth by logic?
No, I'm telling you again. They are the ones who are in a complete obsession with determining the shape. You know what a shape is?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the whole point. Here, we not deal with shapes and basic logic, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are, for me, that sounds a bit fallacious to even say shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
It's a loaded statement in of itself, right?
Well, you first off have to define what you mean by Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
For me, it's bullshitting. Really, it's in his entire last slides. So it makes no sense, really. Just he doesn't know what he's talking about, right? That's what I'm honestly getting from the last slides. Shape of the Earth cannot be determined by logic. What do you mean by shape of the Earth? Just start with the shape, then. It's weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's them that are obsessed with the shape of the Earth.
Exactly.
Right?
That's the point. Yeah. That's what I'm getting. Yeah.
But that's what they want to hear over there. Betty wants to hear them say that. They want to hear Betty say that. Because then they can say, well, it's Bev that's trying to establish the shape of the Earth. Well, it's not. I'm not trying to establish any shape of anything. I can show you how to measure things. Do an elevation profile and stuff like that. I mean, that's easy to do. But that's not the shape of anything, is it? Dimensions of things.
I have a question, if I may.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have read of this constructive logic, because the mathematicians were saying about this logic that it's not sound because you have this law of the excluded third. So they started to say that the definition of truth is not that something is true. It's that you have a proof that something is true.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. That's
constructive logic.
That's part of the sort of well-known modern philosophy of mathematics. But first, I think that's questionable. But second, this is exactly what the next level guys say. They will say, well, the world started out sort of straight and true and good, and we had Aristotelian logic, and that was all fine. And then it all got messed up towards the end of the 19th century with non-Euclidean geometry and sort of non-standard mathematics.
We don't say that. That's his interpretation of what, again, other people say.
Mathematics. This was why I was very, very careful to talk all in terms of the so-called traditional Aristotelian logic, so they couldn't make that objection. So one could object, yeah, well, actually, there are many logics, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this is just standard.
Did he say one could object that there are many logics? I think he did. Oh, I wouldn't know.
Standard classical formal logic, and we can all agree on that. We can all agree that the all cats like fish argument is invalid. So that's what I'd say to that.
Did it? We can all agree on all cats liking fish argument is invalid. What does that mean? Where does that follow from? Where's the...
It is invalid because it doesn't follow in this perpendicularity argument. That's why it is invalid.
It's because it's like a complete non sequitur.
Yes.
Yeah. All cats not liking fish has got absolutely nothing to do with the geometrical principles or proofs that perpendiculars exist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Genius, Betty. Well done. I hope the Globers have been confused by you and they assume that you've absolutely debunked logic or the perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal. I'm not too sure what they're going to say he's done here. I'm not so sure they know, to be honest.
Well, the flaw in Bev's logic has been obvious from day one. And I never tried to attack this from a standpoint of pure, logical arguments, just because, number one, I'm not a logician. But going way back, I think the first time Bev and I ever encountered each other, I said, here is the problem. You were making the assumption that all horizontals are the same. All horizontals are parallel to one another at the very least. But really what you're saying is they're all the same, and that is not a statement that you can just simply make.
Can I just go back over that one? What's Blue saying?
Arguments, just because, number one, I'm not a logician. But going way back, I think the first time Bev and I ever encountered each other, I said, here is the problem. You were making the assumption that all horizontals are the same.
I'm not making an assumption that all horizontals are the same. That's ridiculous, Blue. I've never said that. All horizontals are parallel to each other.
He's equivocating.
Yeah.
Same with parallel.
Yeah, well, he says it here. Listen.
All horizontals are parallel to one another at the very least.
all horizontals are parallel to one another at the very least. So he is agreeing that horizontals are parallel.
Yes, but at very least means that it might mean the same.
Yeah, at the least they're parallel.
There is no least here.
Yeah.
There's only parallel and not the same.
Yeah.
Because you cannot have same parallels.
You can't have parallel and not parallel. Right? It's either they are parallel or they are not parallel. One or the other.
Or the same. You have only one the same line or plane. You cannot have two same lines or planes. They can be parallel, but they are not the same.
It's interesting one, Blue, this one.
Really what you're saying is they're all the same, and that is not...
I'll have to say this again. A horizontal is an orientation. It doesn't change. It's just horizontal. It's not different. Horizontal. It's horizontal.
A statement that you can just simply make. You're going to have to show that. You're going to have to prove that first. And I think, you know, and he just absolutely doesn't hear of it.
Yes, agree.
Yes, because you don't have to prove anything because it's obvious.
Aha, yes, that's a good cop-out. And don't forget, of course, that they approach this horizontal and vertical business completely arse about face. They think you derive your vertical from the horizontal. And if they're insisting that all horizontals are parallel, then obviously all verticals are too. They must be.
Well done. Geometric. Fact, farmer's boy. Well done.
But you don't get your vertical from your horizontal. You establish the vertical first with your plumb line.
Exactly, yes.
But not in their world. In their world, it's the other way around. They've made the assumption already that all horizontals are parallel.
So what he is saying now, this farmer boy, that you cannot independently establish horizontal line. This is what he's saying, and this is not true.
No, I know.
Because you can establish independently horizontal line without plumb line.
Absolutely. There is no need for a plumb line when you have a tool called a level. The level tool does not require a plumb bob or a plumb line at all. They're completely independent. A plumb line or a plumb bob and a level are two separate tools. One establishes a horizontal plane and the other one establishes a vertical, independent of each other. The fact that those two are perpendicular to each other does not rely on one or the other. You can have a horizontal and then make a perpendicular to it, which will then be vertical. You can have a vertical and have a perpendicular to that, which will be horizontal. The relationship of those two is perpendicularity. All the time. Everywhere. Geometric fact.
So this is common notion.
Yeah. But they want to go against it somehow, I think. They're denying geometric facts and the definitions of geometric terms. They want to tear away that perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal? Ask him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's. Sorry, go on.
No, that's it. That's exactly what they're doing, and you know, when you start with a false premise to begin with, it's hopeless.
Well, take it back even further. Bev's very first, I mean, his ultimate first principle, the entire foundation of his argument, that level is horizontal. And that's wrong. And
so this is false premise, I assume. I don't know how he can falsify this.
Well, I made a statement. I do have a proof that level is horizontal. Right? It's not. It is definitional, right? You can check anywhere. Level is defined as being horizontal plane. But there's an entire proof to back it up. It's not just based on a definition. That's the statement you make at the beginning, and then the proof follows that. There is plenty of proofs. I invite anybody to come and have a look, but I mean, it's a paralogism. You won't like it. You won't want to see it. But anybody can come and have a look. There's a video I did maybe a year or two ago. You can watch that.
And if your very first opening shot, everything that you've built everything upon, if that is wrong, then I'm sorry, you've just built yourself a house of cards that's just going to come tumbling down because your initial premise is faulty. Everything that follows from that just gets, this is going to be abysmal English, just gets more wrong. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's right. I mean,
wasn't Bev on Ranty's channel from the beginning, or where did he start his journey?
I can't remember, to be honest. He just seemed to spring up out of nowhere. I don't really follow the Flat Earth channels because I'm sorry, I'm quite attached to my brain cells. I'd like to keep them, but that is his whole premise. I mean, most of these flat earthers have got, I suppose, what you could call a unique selling point. They've all picked something to stick to, and Bev's is level is horizontal.
Established fact. Level is horizontal. Multiple proofs, logical, geometric, and reality based. That's what we've been doing for years. Plenty of tests, plenty of observations, plenty of geometry, and plenty of logic, all to back it up. I don't know what Farmer's Boy's got exactly. He's never even come for a conversation. But he's handy at saying it's not. But with nothing. No backing, Farmer's Boy. You've got nothing.
I'm not going to do the voice. But that is the found.
It's not flat.
Yeah, but that's been his foundation from day one. And I know that halfway through his journey, he's suddenly become not a flat earther. But he had stickers all over the place saying research flat earth because he was a flat earther, and for whatever reason,
never
that
been
not flat earthers.
A flat earther. Never been a flat earther. Got stickers. Yeah. I call them trigger stickers. But Jesse Kozlowski's put the research flat earth all over his videos too. Do they call Jesse Kozlowski a flat earther? They don't seem to do that. He did it on Soundly's video. Jesse Kozlowski, research flat earth. Look it up. Watch the video.
But we all know that they are. But when you base your entire thing, your entire whatever you want to call it, on the premise that level is horizontal, then I'm sorry, it's just going to be a shit show.
Start his journey? Was it on Ranty's channel, or was it on Nathan's? Or
no, I don't think he was. I don't think he's ever been associated with Nathan. I don't think so, because I can't see those two getting on.
Okay.
Well, he's been on Nathan.
I'm sure he's been on there, but I don't
twice,
think it's where he started, was it?
No, I don't think so.
Just coming in here from a I have a background in logic, not much in science. I have to say, when I first came to this whole thing, I thought level was flat, planar. That's the ordinary English understanding of the term level.
Thank you very much, Betty.
Good work.
Even Betty, when he first came into this, thought that level was flat, horizontal. Even Betty. But now, somebody's obviously told him something different. Let's see what he says.
I'll grant you that, yes.
I looked at a few books on
he's
surveying
evolving.
with the help of sort of other people on this, and I thought, right, there are clear definitions of the term level, which says something like follows equipotential surface of water or something like that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well,
So it's all about definitions. I mean, clearly, if you define level as horizontal, and remember, you can define any word as you like.
Yes.
Remember, you can define any word as you like, says Betty, the logician.
Not necessarily sticking to reality.
Well, I mean, that's not going with what Aristotle said and the meaning and the categories and how you define things. Right? That's going against that. Completely.
Yes, it is.
Shocking, Betty. Shocking.
Define it that way, then it all follows. But we don't define it that way.
We don't define it that way, says Betty. The dictionaries define level as being horizontal plane, or a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. That's what the dictionaries do. But Betty's admitting, because he's in the Discord servers with the Globe Earth believers, they don't define it like that. He said when he first came into it, he thought that the traditional English way was to think that level is flat.
Much he was mistaken.
Well, he's been corrected by the Globe Earth Discord fraternity. They've corrected him in his thinking.
That adds yet another very thick layer of irony, because as you've just said, when you looked at it at a surveying point of view, if you're looking at the definition of the word level when it comes to defining the shape of the earth, then you start looking at the surveying terms. Well, right from the very start, Bev was trying to present his credentials as being somebody experienced in surveying, because look, I've got a qualification in surveying. And he was getting the surveying, the term level that we use in surveying and such, like he was getting it wrong.
Did he just say that we use in surveying, Farmer's Boy? Or does he mean we being the Globe Earth Discord group? It's a bit hard to tell, isn't it, what he's talking about there? I would have to point out that every surveyor I've talked to has said level is actually horizontal, yeah. Every surveyor. That includes every surveyor I talk to at the side of the road, and believe me, I talk to all of them. Every one of them says level is horizontal.
So that, like I say, that just compounds the irony of his mistake.
That brings to another interesting point, which is the different kinds of falsity you can have. You can have someone in good faith saying someone, like Aristotle thought, he thought the speed at which an object falls, the rate of acceleration is proportional to an object's mass. which is false. But that was a well-intended, a good faith falsehood.
Yeah.
There is an actor on the stage saying something which is false. Excuse me. But is not trying to deceive. So the definition of lying is saying something false, knowing it's false, and with the intention to deceive. And there's also something called denial, which is where you kind of know it's wrong. You kind of know, but you're so committed to some kind of worldview that you get what's called confirmation bias.
Yes.
Where you so strongly believe something, and sort of Orthodox Christians and others, sort of fundamentalists, sort of have this problem that so much of their whole sort of worldview and sort of sense of identity is bound up with some kind of belief they have, that they will just ignore or put to the back of my mind any doubts they may have. So there is something, and I mention that because I've shown to Bev, and I know others have shown to Bev, he will say, well, all surveyors are sort of, planar surveyors. There's no such thing as geodetic surveying. Then you get some sort of manual out or textbook, and he said, look, Bev, it says here, this is what it says about, this is the definition of level. And it seems like he can't accept it, and the others simply just will look past it. They'll shut
Beddy's never done that, whatever he says there. He's never done that. Show me the surveying definition of level and where it's different than the dictionary definition of level. And when we're talking about level, I'm talking about the actual tool called a level.
This is the same as with the sextants, because in their textbooks they are using tangent planes and globe allegedly, but this is not usable with the sextant. But they in textbooks and why they are putting this globe inside the text, allegedly connecting it with the sextant measurement, which is not true. So you can write what you want. What really matters is what surveyors do in practice during their work, and not what textbooks says.
Yep. And the textbooks, by the way, that everybody goes is done by Cosmonaut. Cosmonaut has got a page on McToon's website with all of these definitions that he's Google searched. Curvature.
You can write what you want, and you can print it and take grants, and there we are. We have textbooks, so now because textbooks says that this is not level what it was, therefore we change definition and we have new curved level because textbook says that. It doesn't matter.
Textbooks don't say that.
But even if they were.
But they can't. That you can't teach differential leveling, having level not being horizontal. It wouldn't show. I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever looked up differential leveling, how it works, principles of it. There's no curve in it. All surveyors survey with plane surveying tools locally. Every time they do surveying locally. Every time.
Other eyes, right?
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's who is it? Jesse Kozlowski, Larry GPS. The main surveyor, he will not even mention the words main and surveyor together. I think he calls him the gentleman from Maine because he won't acknowledge he's a surveyor.
He's not a surveyor. That's why. It's a shame. Can't even set his tools up. He's an embarrassment to surveyors. That guy claiming he's a surveyor is an embarrassment to surveyors. That's why I don't call him a surveyor. It's shocking.
And I think the problem is because he knows full well that all of these guys are experienced and qualified geodetic surveyors. But
Jesse Kozlowski said that the water level drops from the horizontal at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. Sort of stating that the water level has an elevation change, which is fucking ridiculous. No surveyor would ever say that. Larry Scott told my son that triangles, every triangle on the surface of the earth, like in reality, has more than 180 degrees, which my son laughed at him. And the guy from Maine can't even set his tools up. Doesn't know how to set his tools up. It's a ridiculous set of people who they have around here. That's Jesse Kozlowski, the guy from Maine that claimed, well, he may not even be from Maine, that claims to be a surveyor, that obviously isn't, just YouTube purveyors, and Larry Scott, the guy that told my son triangles have more than 180 degrees. That's who they've got. All of them.
he's insisting that that's not real and they're all planar surveyors, which is the limited in training in surveying that he got many moons ago.
And that to me is puzzling because being interested also in the psychology of logic, I had quite a good discussion. It was quite a civil discussion 2 weeks ago on that server. And we were talking about, truth and falsity and lying and honesty and so forth. And they came across as quite genuine and honest, and they were saying, well, how can these people, the globers, how can they sort of, they call it cognitive dissonance?
Yes.
And I just found it bizarre that they seem to genuinely believe all this, but at the same time they've been presented with evidence, like the fact that surveying collocations, what surveying manuals say about the sort of what level means. I find it bizarre.
I mean, Bev also at one point used to sing the praises of the Ordnance Survey, a rather marvellous English institution that's been doing wonderful things cartographically for many years, until they spoke to him directly on Twitter, basically explaining why their maps have a distortion, because they're a 2D representation of a spherical Earth.
The maps that the Ordnance Survey make are to scale, and there is no distortion. It's ridiculous. Farmers, if you want to come and have a discussion about that, we can go over that tweet that a representative from the Twitter thing. I'm sure they have fully qualified surveyors working on their Twitter support. Ordnance Survey now. Right. Yeah, let's have a discussion about that, Farmers Boy. We'll talk about that. How you think Ordnance Survey can't measure 100 meters accurately. They're within 2%-ish of 100 meters. It could be 102, could be 100, it could be 98 meters. They're not really that bothered. Ridiculous to scale.
And I'm sure you've seen them. They've been reposted all over the place many times. These three Twitter responses, because it was, obviously they couldn't fit it all in one go.
I have seen that. I've been on that server, and the occasional sort of person will come in and post these sort of
Post
things
it, yeah.
So
ever since then,
and the others have seen this.
Oh yeah, but prior to that, he would sing the.
Oh yeah, here we go. Farmer's Boy and all of his cronies keep posting a Twitter response that I got over 2 years ago. They've kept hold of a Twitter response from 2 years ago from the Ordnance Survey Twitter crew that says the Ordnance Survey cannot measure 100 meters accurately. That's what it says in the tweet. I don't believe it because I can measure 100 meters accurately. So I don't know why the Ordnance Survey shouldn't be able to do that. We'll have to go over that at some point, but yeah, it'd be good.
The London Olympic Committee, the London Olympic Committee clearly did not reach out to Ordnance Survey in 2012 to construct the Olympic natatorium in order to, accurately time Olympic swimmers going across 50 meters because, 2%, 1% over 50 meters, 2% over 100.
Yeah, 49 meters or 51, somewhere around there.
A little bit, could be close. It might be off by a couple of tenths.
Yeah.
It's all right.
It's shape of the earth. We get away with it. We've got a curve to deal with, guys. Come on.
Ordnance Survey's praises from valley, lower mountain. Now, oh dear, no, don't raise the subject.
No, I will say it again. The maps we have in this country are all to scale and highly accurate. You can get the scale map down to 2,500 plan for housing units when they're building the new estate. 2,500. I don't know. They might even go down less than that. Highly accurate. They know exactly where all of the houses are going to get built. They're not off by a couple of meters. It's ridiculous to say that. And these globers that are assuming that I don't know why I used to sing the praises and I don't now. Yeah, I do. Maps. All the maps are flat. All maps are flat. And to scale. The flat maps that are to scale can be changed to the scale and they're still highly accurate. Already been measured. Already been done. Triangulated. The triangles that they used to triangulate all of the positions on the map have 180 degrees. Larry Scott has been lying to people that you cannot triangulate unless you have triangles with 180 degrees. And because of that fact, for triangulation, you can accurately plot all the points. Accurately.
He's got nothing good to say about the Ordnance Survey. Those Twitter...
Yes, I've got everything good to say about the Ordnance Survey. Farmer's Boy, stop making shit up.
The responses were somehow aimed at somebody else when they were, they were directed straight at Bev. It was somebody, and then it was, maybe it's not somebody who works for Ordnance Survey. Maybe it's somebody else just having a bit of a laugh or something.
It's the Twitter representative. Fucking hell, farmers.
His beloved organisation had basically told him to stop being so bloody stupid because the Earth's a sphere.
If you've got that handy, put it in Discord.
Let me have a look. I have it filed away somewhere.
Yeah.
See, Farmer's Boy has tweets directed at me, saved on his shit. I don't even have them saved. Farmers does. Who's obsessed?
Yeah, I know I've got it somewhere too.
Blue's got it as well.
That would be useful because Bev says he's going to. They're obviously got their own show on tonight, but he said,
"Oh yeah, they're going now."
Blue, and I'm sure you won't object. He says he wants to go through what we're discussing right now.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah. Well,
he does that
will.
anyway. He does
it anyway.
Yeah. Whenever I mean the other day he was going through Blue's stream that he did last week.
Yeah.
Because I got he's listened to us talking. I got several mentions, and he did at one point sort of say, "I wonder if Farmer's Boy come in here and talk to me about water levels." No, I'd rather perform my own appendectomy. Thank you very much. I've got absolutely no intention of joining their server and talking to that idiot about water levels.
See, Farmer's Boy's quite happy to talk shit about stuff over on Blues. Never actually come and talk to us. It's because of his paralogisms.
So yes,
I was actually asked by Bev to join his server because I said I was extremely model afflicted. And it's his Monday model afflicted.
There's nobody more model afflicted than me, I can tell you.
Yeah.
in more ways than one.
There you go. Farmer's Boy's model afflicted. I think we'll have to leave it at that. There's Farmer's Boy saying there's nobody more model afflicted than him. As shown by all of his comments. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to say that's enough of that. I think Betty's thing's gone. I don't want to go on too much into where we don't belong. I know they're just going to go off and start slagging off everybody that's around here. Sorry if anybody got missed out of the slagging off of the Globe model believers, but logic is obviously a bit of a problem for the Globe. All I heard from that was a misrepresentation of a geometric argument into some sort of syllogistic form that Beddy derived of his own. It was his derivation of geometric statements. He malformed the bits that he put together.
Yes, it was malfunctional.
Yeah. So if any of those people, if anybody you want to come round, I'll put together a new version of Level is Horizontal. Anybody can come and have a look at that. We'll do a proof, geometric logic and practical proof, level being horizontal, with tests in reality that people can do to show this for themselves. And all the rest of the perpendicularity ones, they'll all be coming out. They're already been done. Just check up for geometry. All anybody has to do with this at the minute is picture 2 points. Can you make the line in between those 2 points horizontal? That's it. Can it be done? Ask yourself that question, as we will be doing over the next few weeks. What day is it tomorrow? It is Trivium Day or Hump Day, one or the other. I'm not too sure whether we'll be going over logic or we'll be having the hump or we'll be doing a bit of trivium logic, maybe combined with the hump. I'll have a word with Kevin tomorrow, see what we do. Anybody got any final words for that one tonight?
I would say that Baby perfectly debunked his own fallacies.
He brought his own fallacies in and debunked them.
Yes.
And I can see why he wanted to do that one, particularly over at Blues. Because the fallacies that he brought into the arguments tonight would have been spotted very easily here. But over there, he's allowed to play with them and run with them. Because he's got the backing of people like Farmer's Boy and Blue. George. It's a pity we didn't get to hear Rumpus as well. I noticed he kept out of it. I don't know whether he came back or not. I don't really want to be listening to much more of that, to be honest, to hear what that Rumpus said about it. Okay, Logos. Have to be started off with one chance, and we have to end with Logos. Okay, anybody got any final words? If not, I'll call that a day. See if we can tighten that up a bit. Work on the proofs. Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow. Buster. Logos.
Good night.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.